meeting number 22 of the General Plan Advisory Committee. Lena, could I please have a roll call?
Yes, and then so if everyone can unmute right now, and we'll do a roll call one by one. So Member Bajaj.
Present.
Member Karzan.
Present.
Member Eller.
Present.
Member Funabashi.
Here.
Member Gaddis.
Present.
Member Hannon. Jim, are you here? Jim Hannon? Okay. All right. Member Kilroy.
Here.
Member Lamb.
Here.
Member Light.
Here.
Member Ludwig.
Here.
Member McKenzie.
Here.
Member Moses.
Here.
Member Nafisi.
Present.
Member Pinsler.
Here.
Member Samaras.
Here.
Member Sanchez.
Here.
Member Simpson.
Present.
Member Solomon.
Here and present.
Member Stoddard.
Here.
Member Szymanski.
He's expecting snow.
Member Szymanski. Member Turner. Member Boise.
Here.
Member Waller.
Here.
And Chair Bureau.
Here. Would you please join me for the salute to the flag? So we will have a screen share from Lena with the flag.
I'm trying to find right now. Sorry, bear with me. I know I have it up, but
Staff has put
Well- well, there is a flag there. Yes. So there,
All right, so
Got it, Lena?
I'll lead on this. So I pledge allegiance
Flag.
to the flag of the United States of
United States of America, to which it stands, for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible,
with liberty and justice for all.
Oh,
Interesting.
the same.
Next item is the approval of the order of the agenda. Does anybody have?
Share, yeah, okay.
Yes.
Would you like me to share the screen? That way we can look at it.
Oh, yeah.
There we go.
Okay. So
sorry, so was there a motion to approve the order of the agenda? Who was that?
Brad Waller moves the agenda.
Okay. And a second? I'm sorry, who was, Sue? Okay.
I second it.
Okay.
thank you. Vote. Hearing no objection. Can I have a vote? Roll call vote for the approval of the agenda.
Okay. So roll call vote for the approval of the agenda. Member Bajaj.
Yes.
Member Karzan.
Yes.
Member Eller.
Yes.
Member Funabashi.
Yes.
Member Gaddis.
Aye.
Member Kilroy.
Yes.
Member Lamb.
Yes.
Member Light.
Yes.
Member Ludwig.
Yes.
Member McKenzie.
Yes.
Member Moses.
Yes.
Member Nafisi.
Yes.
Member Pinsler.
All you need to do is ask for objections, and yes.
Yes, I was gonna say that.
We can. I mean, okay, so we can. You know what? So let's finish up with this one, and then if everyone's okay with everything else, the receive and file, blue folder items, consent, and all that, we can always ask for objections if everyone's okay with that. So, okay, so I'm sorry. So we were okay. Member Samaras for order of agenda.
Yes.
Member Sanchez.
Yes.
Member Simpson.
Yes.
Member Solomon.
Aye.
Member Stoddard.
Yes.
Member Boise.
Yes.
Member Waller.
Yes.
And Chair Barrow.
Yes. sorry, we're a little rusty. On our next item, we got blue folder items and our consent calendar. Do we have any objections to the consent calendar and the posting of the meeting? So,
Do we have a motion and a second on each of those?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Thank you, Bob. So any objections? Hearing no objections, so ordered. We'll move on to public comments first session. Lena, do we have any comments from the public?
Yes, so we have one person waiting to comment. Let me see. Sorry, let me.
Lena, while you're doing that, Chair, if I may, just for the public that are watching either online or on the cable channel, I wanted to do a little bit of housekeeping just to talk about how the public can provide comments or participate, because they can participate by Zoom, email, or e-comment. And it's going to be broadcast on cable, Channel 8, and Frontier Communications, Channel 41. So if everybody goes to redondobeach.org/RBTV, they can pull all of this up and get access to the e-comment opportunities. And so if you e-comment, if the public decides to e-comment, they will submit their comments, and so they aren't actually in the meeting, but it will go straight to Lena. And it can be entered before during this meeting while we're doing it, or later. And Lena will get them regardless. And then some of the comments, if they're coming in during the meeting, if they're appropriate to the dialogue, Lena will let us know, and we may address some of those questions during the meeting. The other way that people can participate is if people want to attend in person for the Zoom meeting to provide public comment, either in this next space that we're doing right now at this public comment 1, or at the end of the meeting. They go to the same location at the redondo.org/RBTV and select the agenda for tonight. And then it will have instructions to register for the Zoom meeting, and then get some email confirmations. And Lena will help to coordinate on getting people registered so that they can participate virtually in person at the next opportunity for public comment. And you can do that also via phone if that's a way to do it. There are instructions so that people can call in. So thanks for that housekeeping.
Thank you, Wendy. So we do have one person asking to speak in public comment, Zen Obagi.
I actually wasn't raising my hand. Thank you, though, but I appreciate all the work that GPAC has done.
Okay, and then did you want to be called on at the end of the public comment, possibly?
No, I'll raise my hand, so I'll do this thing.
Okay.
If I want to say
good.
anything, but
okay.
Otherwise, I'm Zane Obaji. I'm running for City Council in Council District 4.
Okay, thank you, Zane. Okay. All right, and then I know Holly Osborne, I believe she wants to speak at the end, is my understanding, so.
Okay, just to let Zen know that throughout the process, there's very little interaction that we normally do. But just if we're moving forward quickly, we can see if we can accommodate that too. So depending on how we're moving along. I think we can go ahead and show the announcements and where we are from an overview schedule. So
Are you guys seeing announcements and updates? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure. It didn't look like it. All right. So as we had, as you all well know, it's been a year since we last met. And that is not by a wish of staff to have done that, but obviously with the pandemic and some other things getting in our way, here we are. But I wanted to share the progress. This time has allowed us to do several things and keep several tasks that you guys have been working on moving forward. And so this is an overview of those things. The first and foremost is the ACAP. Fortunately, we were able to sneak a public meeting in February, right under, before we had all of our stay-at-home requirements. and got a lot of feedback from the community, and it was a very positive dialogue of ideas to fold into the plan. And then it was taken to Planning Commission in the summer. And then the City Council reviewed the ACAP in October and provided direction to staff to provide additional information and feedback to them to consider relating to the possibility of establishing an arts district in all of Artesia corridor, what the costs and process would be to do a parking analysis, because we know parking is one of the big issues there, and then to come back with some additional direction regarding the preferred uses in the corridor. So Sean has been working feverishly on that report, and the city team is going to be taking that back to council on December 8th next week. So you can see all of the research they've done on arts districts and hear more about that. So, you know, that is very close to being adopted. So that's been nice to see that move through the process. In addition, the local hazard mitigation plan, the LHMP, was adopted in July and approved by FEMA. And that's a big deal because now the city is eligible for additional funding from FEMA if there are certain disasters occur. So it's secured you in a position to have access to funding that you didn't have access to before. Next, I'm sure you guys all recall, you participated in the open space and conservation element and survey. And I know we've been bouncing around a little bit on some topics, and we appreciate your patience with that. We had been moving forward with open space, and then we had to resolve some things with land use, so we needed to come back to that. So you guys took a survey that helped provide clarification to us about some of the things that we were tasked to do when we went back and we're looking at how to refine the element and revise it, and to get some feedback about how that should look, and some decisions on certain actions and what should stay in and what should be revised. So we shared those results with you in September, and then we're going to, in a future meeting, revisit the element and talk about those refinements as a group so that we can work through the open space element as well. And then the topic of the evening is RHNA, and that's, for those at home, it's the regional housing needs. Is it assessment or allocation, Veronica? It doesn't matter. We have been spending a lot of time, because as you know, the city has a very little vacant space, doing and I say we, this is mostly Veronica, who is our housing consultant, has been conducting this housing sites inventory to identify places to accommodate the city's RHNA, and looking at what the draft RHNA numbers are and what that means for the city. And those were issued in September of this year. And so we also had to look at the impacts of SB 330, which I'll explain what that was. That is a little bit later, and how all of those things have affected the advisory committee's recommended land use plan that you worked so hard on. The city has filed an appeal for RHNA as of October, and the final RHNA allocations are expected in early February of next year. So they're looking at all of the appeals that have been filed. Right now, there are 52 jurisdictions that have filed appeals. But the reality is your RHNA isn't likely to change much. When they look at all of the appeals and when they look at the numbers and how they settle, the regional number doesn't change. And so if some other cities go higher or lower, then they have to distribute those units as well. So we don't anticipate a significant change in your RHNA at this point. And so we'll share that with you. And so that's what we're going to work with this evening. Is there anything else, Veronica, that I missed on that? Or are we good?
You're fine, and it's regional housing needs assessment.
Okay. All right. So now moving forward, like, how are we going to get through? So that's just kind of an overview of what happened in the last year. So know that we were trying to make progress where we could, how we could, given the circumstance. When we last met, we were trying to figure out, I think council had just given staff the go-ahead to add a few more meetings to our conversation, because as you probably recall, way back in the day, we started out with 10 meetings, and now We went to 22, and we needed a few more, and now we're at 27. But like this, we are at our limit. This is 27 is it. And it's not because we don't enjoy hanging out with you guys. You are a great group, but you know, we've got some stuff to do. But I think once you see the presentation tonight and some of the other things, you know, we're going to be in these last 6 meetings. And so it's 6 meetings, including tonight. So tonight's meeting is the review of those land use, the land plan, your land plan, and some of the suggestions that we have that we're going to present to you to possibly make refinements, or we have to make refinements because we're not meeting our arena. So we need some direction on that tonight. Once we get direction on the land plan, we will take that land plan out to the community to get their feedback. And the format at this point is it's yet to be determined. So know that that'll be a work in progress because it'll be a virtual, more than likely a virtual community workshop of some sort. Once the community feedback has been provided, Planning Commission and City Council will have an opportunity to review your recommendations, the comments that came from the community, and then they will get to weigh in on what that land plan is. And so when they give us feedback on that land plan, it is not an approval of the plan, but we need for lack of a better word, a blessing from them to say, this is what you're going to study in the environmental impact report. And so it needs to stop moving at some point so we can run all of our technical studies, and then we're not having to redo those because we keep changing land uses. So once we get that okay from them to use a plan for study, we will go through that and we'll start setting up a scoping meeting for the EIR. Then the remaining meetings are scheduled to go through the goals and policies review. So after we get the land plan out there, we'll be working on drafting the remaining goals and policies to come back to you to work through those. And then as you had requested, there would be a meeting for a final review of the document all pulled together so you could see how all of your work has coalesced into a general plan update document. Then we will take that document out to the community again. We will go back to Planning Commission and Council for adoption hearings, and then ultimately it will require a citywide vote and Coastal Commission review. So that is where we are. There are 6 meetings, and we're going to focus all of those, and we're really going to, work with you guys. And so maybe some of those meetings might be a little bit longer, or they might be more targeted. And so we'll let you know how that goes. But we're at 6 meetings. So, I forgot to change one. So tonight's primary tasks are first to review how the state laws and RENA requirements have affected the recommended land plan that you guys had. And then the bottom line is that the plan that you guys had put forward as proposed does not meet the RENA requirements. And so the city does need to make additional edits to satisfy those obligations because the plan is short on units right now. The second is that we are going to ask for direction from you guys on how we refine the land plan. We have come up with some recommendations based upon the things that we have heard you guys say about what we think you said was important. So we're going to validate all of those things that we heard you write, and you're going to have an opportunity to weigh in on the things that we're recommending to see if we're headed in the right direction, and you have additional guidance on that. So at the end, we will have 7 different options that are outlined, and we're going to have you kind of do a yes, no on those so that we can make sure, we've got it clear. So I know how complicated it was the last time when we had like 30 different alternatives and we had pads of paper and things. This is much more streamlined, and so I think we can effectively get through that as well. So before, any questions on the process or anything, or can I move on to how the state laws have affected things? I'm trying to see. Am I missing? I see Brad has a hand up.
Do you have a projection on how long it's going to take for us to have those next meetings? Because sometimes we can have short breaks and sometimes it's long breaks because of processes you guys need to do. I know not pandemic related, but is it possible for this to be a 6-month process, or are we still talking another 3 years?
Oh, no, not another 3 years. I think Brandy would have a heart attack if it took another 3 years. No, I would say probably, in the ballpark of 6 to 8 months. We're going to go through, and It's going to take time. Obviously, we need a little bit more ramp up time on how we figure out the community workshop. So, that's going to take a little bit to organize. But then we'll need a little bit of time to draft the goals and policies to make sure they're right to get back in front of you. But what we have to do is we'll do a huddle after we're done here, because we have already made a lot of progress on open space and those sorts of things. So we may shift back to that and go revisit your survey results and finish that up and then come back to land use. But I hate bouncing back and forth. Normally we try to group the topics so you guys, don't have to go in between. So hopefully it's 6 to 8 months. That's our goal. But then we also have to do the environmental impact report. So what we can do is after this meeting, give you a little bit better schedule of what that looks like, because we're going to have to do that for ourselves anyway. We're just trying to get to this plan, because right now the goal we're working toward is that Veronica needs direction on the land uses as soon as possible, because we have to get a housing element adopted by October 2021. So she needs those earlier. So that's why we moved this one up, so we could have that conversation and keep it going. Sheila?
Hi, thank you so much for all the work that you've all been doing. My question is about process, and that is questions regarding the presentation. Do those questions need to come from our group interaction, or will there be a period after Veronica's presentation that will have questions?
So what we're going to do in the essence of time is that I'm actually going to run through a lot of the presentation and tag team it with Veronica. So if there are certain things that kind of jump up in the chat, if you want to send it over to the chat and we can answer it while we're going, we will. Otherwise, we will do that pause. We have a couple places like we do now. We'll do the pause so that you guys can answer your questions after you've heard us do the show. Or those few slides.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah. All right. Seeing no other questions, I'm going to keep going on our state laws and how they affected housing. So one of the first state laws we were talking about is SB 330, which is the Housing Crisis Act. And that is a state law that mandates that cities cannot go below their planned housing capacities that existed as of January 1st, 2018. So what this means is, although the bill was adopted this year, that means it goes retroactive and we can't go below the capacities that you have in your current general plan. So that's at a minimum, you have to maintain those. And so if you reduce, this SB says if you reduce capacity somewhere, you have to put it back. So we have to find another spot to replace it. And that'll be an ongoing thing moving forward. And so because the GPAC's recommended land plan reduced residential densities in some designation and removed the mixed use designation in specific locations, you obviously had a net loss in your housing capacity, because we were trying to tighten that up based upon the direction that you guys had. So what we need to do as part of the conversation is address this lost housing capacity to meet the SB 330 requirements. So even if we didn't have RHNA right now, and we just needed to look at SB 330, based upon the changes you made, we would still have to go back and find the units. And I'll show you a slide in a minute. But what we have found is that in addition, because you have your RHNA numbers that are separate, if the city meets its RHNA requirements, it will also take care of its SB 330 requirements. So for example, when you guys made the changes, I don't know if you recall, we had like an option A or option B and an option A. Your option B was the one that got the most votes. When we're looking at how your changes affected that capacity, depending on which you chose, it reduced the capacity by somewhere between 1,600 and 1,800 units. So that's what we are looking to put back in the plan, regardless of your RHNA. So in addition to SB 330, we have SB 166 and AB 72. And SB 166 is somewhat similar in that it's no net loss, right? So everybody's saying you got to kind of maintain your units. So if sites are being developed with fewer total units, or aren't developed at the income levels that are assumed in the housing element, if you have a shortfall, you have to, again, identify replacement sites. And so you might have another spot that you can shift them to with some of the existing designations, or you have to find new sites that are available and make sure the zoning is in place for those sites within 6 months of it becoming less. So we want to talk a little bit, like an example of this that you guys had is like the Galleria. The Galleria, when it was the planning for it, it was planned to have up to 600 units. By the time it got adopted, it was at 300 units, which is half of the capacity. So, and of that, I think there were maybe 30 affordable units. So when you develop it down, when the capacity was 600 on that site, and you develop it at 300, those 300 units need to be found somewhere else. We need to find a spot for those 300. So that's an example of how a site was planned one way and developed a different way. The other thing to keep in mind is that the state guidance says that you should plan for 20% more units than are required by the RHNA, because inevitably you're going to have sites that fall out, or that you don't develop to the capacity that you should. And so therefore you need a little bit of extra room, because it takes such a long time to go and find the units and get them to turn over and find a space for them. And Veronica, could you also, is there anything else I'm missing on why the buffer, we're calling it the buffer, is important?
Well, the buffer is primarily for the no net loss, and it's really because of the way that we built. Most of the time, 90% or 95% of the time, when you build that market, it's not going to be affordable housing, even though for the sites you assume them to be feasible for affordable housing, but when you actually build them, they're not going to be. So as you consume land in your community, you will have to replenish that based on SB 166.
Okay, thanks, Veronica.
Wendy, we have a couple questions. I don't know if you want to take them now or...
I think we will. I'm seeing them. I think I'll get them. Thanks for calling them out to me. I see, okay. Sheila, I see you have a couple there. Thank you. I'll make sure we get to those. We have some slides that I think will start to address that. I'll make sure those are called out there. Here, and if I don't, make sure, keep me honest and make sure I do. At AB 72 is that there's been increased HCD enforcement, so that if a city is not complying, they can report the violations to the Attorney General to get them to enforce them. So, we've seen that in certain cases, like the city of Huntington Beach, ultimately had to go back, and the state, forced them to find spots for their housing. And so one of the things we want to impart to you guys is that while this is not the favorite conversation for everyone to have, we would much rather have this conversation with you guys, the experts in the community, rather than having the state impose the ways and the solutions that you guys want to choose to address these things. So we wanted to keep that in mind. Let's see. So I'm looking, let me check and see some of these questions.
Ignore it.
So we've got, the questions that we had were, yeah, I'm going to hold these. Let me go through how the RHNA applies, and then we'll get to these after that. Okay. So what is RHNA?
Wendy, you have 2 raised hands.
Oh, I'm not seeing them all. Thank you. Who do we have?
You have Matt and Eugene.
Okay, Matt?
Oh, hey, I actually just wrote in my question, so if you want to address that after, it's fine.
Okay. Eugene, can you hold as well, or is it relate to what I just presented?
You're related to, one item relates to what you just presented, which was AB 72 regarding enforcement. It spoke to the Attorney General being the enforcement guardian, but does it speak to what the technique of enforcement would be? Is it a fine? Is it a prohibition against funds going to the city? What is the penalty if the Attorney General goes after Redondo Beach?
Wendy, you want me to take that?
Yeah.
Yeah. SB SB 72 allows the city to recommend jurisdictions to the state attorney general to take legal action. So it would actually be a court case. It would be like a lawsuit. And the city of Huntington Beach was sued by the state attorney general. I think it was in 2018. Ultimately, the city settled. In the event that you don't settle, you go through this whole process, you can get a fine up to $100,000 per month until you resolve the housing element. And you can also have all your building permits the ability to issue building permits withhold. And that would be not just residential construction units. It will be substantial rehab that require or remodeling that require a building permit, and that also includes non-residential building permits. You can look into the court case of the state versus the city of Pleasanton. That was exactly what happened. The city was not able to issue any building permit for over a year.
So, I'm sorry, just to touch on that a little bit more, Veronica, thank you. So if the Attorney General or the state, beyond the fines that you discussed or mentioned in the court case, do they come in and then have enforce some sort of remodeling of our zoning or begin to upzone certain zones against our areas against our will, or start picking areas to upzone?
They could. That is actually written in state law, and that's exactly what happened to the city of Encinitas just last year. No, actually I think this year. These Encinitas, city of Encinitas, the general plan needs to have voters' approval. The housing element committed to a new land use plan that would give the city the RHNA. The voters voted no, but the city was sued by BIA. And a nonprofit. Ultimately, the court said that, regardless of what the voters said, you are going to have to take that land use plan. So the court it essentially forces the city to adopt the land use plan, even though the voters voted no.
And this would apply to us even though we're a charter city.
It applies to every city. They specifically changed a lot of the state laws to remove the charter city exemption to a lot of these land use requirements.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so we've been talking a lot about RHNA, and so what is that? For you, most of you are familiar. We've been talking about it for a long time, but for those that are joining us virtually, it is a requirement of state housing law. It defines projected and existing housing need for all jurisdictions. So if you're a city or you're an unincorporated area, everyone has has a RHNA in California. In our area, SCAG, which is the Southern California Association of Governments, is the body that's responsible for allocating how many units of affordable units go to each, and at what income levels go to each jurisdiction. And what the jurisdictions have to plan for. And so what every jurisdiction needs to do is ensure that they plan for their RHNA, meaning that they have to make sure there are enough sites that could accommodate that RHNA allocation, that number of units. But what it isn't an obligation to actually build the units. But you do have to demonstrate that you have adequate capacities for those income levels, and then the appropriate zoning put in place as well to enable that those units to be built. We should also mention that although we are identifying in the general plan, areas where the housing can go, and we're looking at our inventory for RHNA, it doesn't mean that this is an approval of those housing units. Individual projects need to come in one by one. They still need to get approval, but what we're demonstrating is that we have the capability to accommodate those units should they come in. So there's still a whole other process for public comment, feedback, a commitment or a review of the plan, that sort of thing. Now, the other thing we need to point out is that the state has actually, when we're looking at the different income levels and affordability requirements, The state has kind of a default density that it looks for to show that we can provide affordable units. And so what it means for feasibility for lower income is that they're looking to see that you have sites that are zoned or general plan first and then zoned for a minimum of 30 dwelling units per acre. So, I know that's something that we had talked about. We're in the corridors and other places about, is it 30, is it 35? What do we do? That is something that HCD is going to be looking for, is to see that you have some of those properties that are designated as 30 dwelling units per acre. So when we're trying to solve for RHNA, we have a lot of constraints to work with. So we can't count sites. Not all sites qualify. We can't count sites that already have buildings on them that are recently approved. We can't look at sites that don't have opportunity to either be the potential for redevelopment or to turn over in the 8-year cycle. So we're looking for sites that are vacant and underutilized. So that's always kind of tough, is like, how do you go through and find those sites? And then really identifying which of those sites you can make an argument to HCD that may have a likelihood of turning over and transitioning to a new use in the 8-year cycle. So, there's a lot of back and forth that, Veronica has to sit there and prove that, like, hey, yeah, this site actually does have the ability to accommodate units. And it's because we've seen properties where they've put it like, oh yeah, here's a commercial use and it'll transition to residential, but it really has no point or wouldn't transition to residential at any time soon. So HCD is really, cracking down on making sure that those sites are viable. And then the other thing we have to keep in mind is that state law prohibits the concentration of affordable housing in one place. So what it says is that the city has to have kind of an equal distribution of housing. It should be spread throughout the city, so it shouldn't be all in one location. So that's something we need to keep in mind too, because that way, all areas of the city are finding spots for affordable housing. So let's talk a little bit about, I'm going to run through these. There's a little bit, and there's a pause for you guys to ask more questions in a minute. I just want to go through a few more slides here. Talking about this actual RHNA allocation that the city has. So what we're looking at on this slide is you see the income levels, very low, low, moderate, and above moderate. And so, these are like income limits for a family for an LA County, and it's median income. So we're looking at the income levels and the category affordability levels. And then we look at the actual number. We have to address a certain number of units in each category. So you'll see in the very low category, we have to find 933 units. We have to demonstrate we have capacity to accommodate 933 very low, 507 low, 489 moderate, and 554 above moderate. And so that's a total of 2,400 units for the most part, almost 2,500 units. And you can see how they broke it out. Now, one of the things we also talk about is, the challenge of finding, housing and why affordability is such a big deal. If you look at the high end of the low category, that is an income of like $90,000. So, we're looking at how challenging it is to find housing and where what you envision, what the earners are in what category. And, the high end of the low is actually $90,000. So we talked a little bit, and Veronica can elaborate on this in questions if you guys want to know more about it. But so we're required to, they gave us the RHNA of this 2483. But what we look at is adding this buffer, because it's always like more challenging to find opportunities for low and very low income units, of 20%. So if we add a 20% buffer just onto the very low and low income requirements, this puts us at a total of 2,771 units. So that is the target number that we are looking at that we need to meet for the RHNA. So that's our low income plus our moderate and above moderate requirements. Okay. So we're going to get into some of the math a little bit here, and I think it might answer some of your questions, but we'll have more, believe me. So this table shows kind of the breakdown of that draft allocation. If we look at the very low and low, your requirements, you have to have about 1,400 units for these two categories combined. Plus we're doing that 20% buffer, which is 1,700 units. So in the very low and low, the affordability area, we're looking at finding 1,700 units. With that, when we were talking about what HCD looks for to show that you have feasible sites, reminding you that those are those sites that need to be at least 30 dwelling units per acre or greater. And they also have to be at least half an acre in size. So that's the other thing too, is we have to demonstrate that the property is big enough to accommodate a reasonable amount of units. Because if it's too small, I mean, you're not going to have one unit. It's not going to pencil. When we look at the moderate and above moderate requirements, that you have about 1,000 units, a little over 1,000 units. And so those can be accommodated on sites that are, less than 30 dwelling units per acre. And the thing is, Redondo is very, and I'll show you in some of the other slides that we have, has excess moderate and above moderate income. So you have more than you need to meet that requirement. So we're good there. So our focus in the conversations moving forward is going to be how we can accommodate the 1440 or the 1728 units and looking for those sites that are 30 to the acre or more. And so I think I'm seeing a lot of questions, and this might be a good spot to take a pause to take a look at those. And let me pull up the chat here. So Veronica, I'm going to do the first one to you. It says, how does the city ensure that the low income units are built? Or is it not built and just create capacity? So I think that was Sheila's question. I think we answered that about creating capacity, but we don't actually ensure that they're built. Is that correct?
Correct, but one of the efforts that we are starting with the city is an inclusionary housing discussion with the city council. And so possibly with inclusionary, you'll have some affordable housing built, but not everything would be affordable.
Can you also explain the timeline for the RHNA and how that matches with the general plan? You know how they're kind of on a separate but parallel path. So if we move forward and we're doing changes to the general plan, how long does the city have to make the zoning changes and those sorts of things? How does that work with the housing element getting adopted and tying all that together?
When you're doing a general plan, or actually, to be very honest, virtually no jurisdiction in the SCAG region can get through this RHNA without some kind of rezoning and upzoning. And so we all know that that's not going to happen in a short period of time. A lot of them have to go through EIR. So the state law actually allows you 3 years after the adoption of the housing element to complete the rezoning and upzoning and in order to make the capacity available. But as part of the housing element, we do have to submit to HCD, what's your plan? Even though they may not be adopted yet, but you do have to submit to the state, what's the plan? Okay, and you guys, I see all the questions. I'm gonna ask a couple out of order, but I'll make sure I get to all of them. And so can you talk a little bit about how like SCAG arrives at the 2483 unit allocation for Redondo? Oh, do you have all night? But essentially, the RHNA is a top-down kind of process. The state estimates how much growth that is going to be allocated to that's going to be required for the statewide, and then allocated into the region, and then SCAG take the number and allocate it based on access to opportunities, access to transportation, access to employment. Those are the two key factors. Particularly access to transportation is the key factor that gets a lot of the allocation. What you have built or not built in the past is not a factor. Whether you have the land use capacity currently is not a factor. And so the main factor that affects your allocation is access to transportation and employment, and some other implications on existing needs, whether you have a high level existing high cost burden and overcrowding issues. Therefore, you need to do more to address the housing needs in your community. But that's in a nutshell. It's a very complex and relatively political process.
Another question was regarding the SB 166, the 20%, we're talking, it's like, the question was, well, I thought that's guidance and not a requirement.
Right, that's true, but that is a good percentage that most of the time that we're trying to aim. You have to, recognize that the market doesn't provide affordable housing. So the moment you build a site, 9 out of 10 times or more than that, you're not going to get any affordable. So if your site inventory is very tight and exactly just have enough, the moment you build a project, you are going to be considered out of compliance because your site inventory falls short of your RHNA. And this is being evaluated on an ongoing basis. And so the recommendation from the state is 20%. It's not absolutely a requirement, but that's definitely what they're looking for. And in fact, their 20% applies to the entire RHNA, not just the lower income, but I'm going to argue with them on that and say we don't need to buffer a moderate and above moderate because everything we built is going to be in that income category anyway. So I'm actually cutting your buffer by half based on staff recommendation. So that's something, not staff, HCD recommendation, but that's something I'm going to argue with the state on.
So we had another question about SCAG possibly considering new studies that are showing that Southern California's allocation is too high. So have you heard of those? And then do you know, wouldn't it be better to wait? That's the question.
No, because those two studies have come in. Yes, there's been some argument, but shy of legislation of lawsuits, that is not going to change your RHNA. That's not going to change the deadline of your housing element. And SCAG did convene the litigation team, or committee, but the SCAG is actually recommending not to pursue litigation. So I think the avenue for a lower RHNA for SCAG is very limited. If you wait for it, your housing element will go out of compliance before anything could be resolved, if there is any chance. But I think the chance of reducing the RHNA is overall for the entire region is very limited.
Great. Okay, I'm also seeing some questions about how ADUs are being counted and whatnot. We are going to get to that in a couple more slides, so I'm going to hold that question because I think it will, resolve itself in that. And then just some comments about, 97% of cities in California are not meeting the RHNA requirement. There's a lot, most people are having a hard time doing it. And so the question is, I don't know if there's a way, the question is, where do we get the math behind the calculation for Redondo and Hermosas and Manhattan Beaches, everybody, Rolling Hills, anybody that's nearby? Like, how do you compare to make sure that those are
I can send the SCAG calculator to people, and in the background raw data tabs, it has all the numbers that you want to look at, but it will just absolutely make your head spin. But I can send the calculator forward.
Okay. So the question is another one, but is if the group made no decision today and left the land use plan as is, they would still have 3 years after adoption to change the zoning. And I can start with that one. It's different. The zoning is what you have 3 years to get in place. I guess all of it, right?
Right.
So,
yeah. The bottom line is I cannot take a housing element to the state and tell them, we don't have any sites, but trust us, we'll figure it out in 3 years. I can't take that to HCD and get a certified housing element. I would have to tell them what's the concrete plan. The plan is in this area, in this area, in this area. These are the candidate sites that are feasible, and this is how we're going to potentially change this zoning. Now, it doesn't require it to be exactly individual parcel must comply with the housing element? No, but I have to tell HCD, what's your plan to get up to the number? Otherwise, you will not get a certified housing element. We can't just say, oh, we'll figure out how to rezone, 40 acres or 80 acres later on. Just trust us. You're not going to get a housing element with that.
Okay, so we've got a couple more questions. And I'll ask those, and then I'll look to see if there are any raised hands of others. And then I think what we can do is go through some of the suggestions we had about some of these ideas to have the conversation about how you guys could address this and what we're counting and what we're not. But so one of the questions was, do we even have vacant acreage in the city that's a half an acre or more to fit the requirements? So no, you don't have vacant. We don't
have enough vacant land. There is some vacant land, but we're mostly relying on land that has structures that are older than 30, 40 years old, and that there's a lot of parking, space, like parking, the floor area ratio existing on the property is low, and that maybe it can uses that are outdated in terms of how the building is structured just outdated model. So those are the areas that we're looking for recycling. And again, as urban communities in the Skag region, most of us don't have all the vacant land. So we're going to have to rely on non-vacant land. So.
Okay, I have one more question, and then I'll go to Matt Kilroy because I see his hand is raised. The question was, how many dwelling units are existing in the city now? And then is all of the RHNA new housing?
Yes, there is I don't know off the top of my head how many units existing now without checking it.
Yeah, we can look it up and get back to
right. But RHNA is primarily new construction. There is a provision in state law that allows you to count some existing units towards RHNA, but the requirements are extremely stringent. I've done more than 100 housing elements in my career. I've only been able to get that to work for 4 communities.
All right, let's just take one more pass and see. Well, Matt has a question. We'll get to him. And then if you guys have anybody else has a question, we'll take a few more minutes to take a few more questions, but then we'll move on to the strategy so that we can get into some of the more of the detail to get into more discussion. Okay, so Matt and then Jim.
So this is actually a serious question. Can we rezone MTA property or add a zone layer over it? For instance, the parking lot by the Green Line station, can we zone that residential and have it count towards RHNA?
Veronica, do you?
Yeah, is it owned by the MTA?
I have no idea. I presume it is.
Right. I think sometimes we also have to look at ownership issue too. Like it would be much, if it's owned by public agencies, when the disposition of the land it's far more complicated, then it's difficult. You can't just, a lot of times we have the same issues like where county courthouses have, large parking lot and that, could we put housing on it? No, probably not, because that's not, that's not within, any private developer's control. You can't just go and buy a piece of property that's owned by a public agencies. But if it is a piece of property that's in private ownership, probably.
Just seems like a perfect area, frankly, right next to the Green Line station. I mean, it seems like MTA should be a willing participant for building affordable housing there.
Yeah, I think sometimes that type of properties, if the city would initiate some discussion and if there is some indication that they would, then probably yes. But if MTA comes back, the worst thing is that you assume you could, and then MTA comes back and say, no, what are you talking about? We want to put a junkyard on it. And you just want to make sure that it's that type of properties, that their feasibility is there, and that there is some conversation with the agencies.
Well, you're assuming the state would actually talk to MTA to find out whether they're willing to do it or not. Frankly, I'd be willing to rezone Wiley Sump as transit-oriented development, put 100 units an acre on Wiley Sump.
Well, you know what we'll do, Matt, is we'll hold on because you're coming up with solutions already. So we want to share some of the ones that we had as well. So I've got those written down. And if that's something that the group decides to move forward with or really look at, then we can pursue that in context with some of the other ones. So we'll hold that thought.
Okay.
Jim.
Yeah, so several topics. First, if I remember correctly, the Huntington Beach lawsuit, they cut their housing capacity in a zoning action by about 2,400 units, if I remember correctly. And then they finally settled by adding back in 500 affordable. Is that accurate?
I don't exactly remember the number, but the point that Huntington was sued is because they did rely on the rezoning of that area into higher density in order to meet the RHNA. So maybe what they rezoned back was exactly what they needed for the RHNA, but what they had promised initially in the housing element was higher than what they needed. So I'm not familiar with the actual situation, but ultimately they did settle and that they had to go back and redo the rezoning. So I assume that it was really the 500 that they needed, but when they did the downzoning, they wiped out all the possibilities, and I think that was the issue.
Yeah, but they went from 2,400 units, which they reduced by, to only having to back up it by 500. I'm pretty sure those are fairly accurate numbers.
Right, but that's probably what they needed.
It seems you're better off negotiating than making your plan compliant, because I think there's some stories we can tell there are successes.
There is no negotiation in RHNA. You can't negotiate.
I don't care about RHNA. I'm talking about the lawsuit. It was settled. It wasn't.
Right.
It didn't have full litigation.
But again, I think what they needed for the RHNA was probably only 500 units. But what they initially downzoned was more than they needed for the RHNA.
Okay. No, I'd like to understand that. The second question, and I don't know if you can answer now, what did the surrounding cities get for RHNA, like PV and El Segundo and Torrance and Manhattan Beach?
That information, we can send that package to you. It's the draft allocations for every city in the SCAC region.
Well, yeah, I think that's important data for us to have in front of us, because I think Redondo keeps getting hit unfairly. I'm betting that ours is higher than the others.
And Jim, just so you know, we did submit our appeal. We did address that that's a process that the city council takes on. What our responsibility is this is what we have for our RHNA now. With the appeal, the chances of making any kind of significant reduction is not there when you have so many municipalities that are appealing, and any reduction they make in other municipalities have to be made up in other towns. So
well, but there are some. I mean, look, our RHNA compared to El Segundo is ridiculous, and they have more room to build.
I thoroughly understand, Jim. I was very.
I think we just roll over on it. And
Jim, we don't roll over on it.
We haven't sued on it.
I mentioned
the city hasn't sued on it.
Appeal. We submitted.
Yeah, I know. You appeal, you get some marginally different number, and you're still way higher than El Segundo. And I think any reasonable argument in a court of law, I don't know how somebody could rule another way. We've been accommodating more growth. We've been accommodating more affordable housing. We're getting unfairly targeted, and we're full, and our roads are full.
I understand all of that. We have submitted. Jim, if I can respond, That we have submitted in the appeal. The problem is that is under the city council's jurisdiction to go through the appeal process, to go through review. If they choose to challenge it in another way, that is the city council's choice.
I think one of our outcomes is
before the GPAC tonight.
I think that is one of our alternatives, is to send back this and say, you know, we think you should accept this and take it back and say, this is what we're going to do. And let the city council and the planning commission determine if they want to up it. I don't think, if we had 3,000 units back in, I don't think it's going to pass a vote anyway.
Well, if we could go through at least the conversation so that you could see what things we're talking about.
So I have some other questions yet. Did the numbers that are reflected here account for the, you know, some of the areas where we rezoned the mixed use and stuff required 30, we upped the percentage to 30%. Is that?
Time out. I haven't even presented the numbers yet. So that's why I want to get through just the basics of here, what is going on with RHNA. So if we can go, I can show you what we counted and how that was, what was up or down. And I think that one will answer your question in the next few slides.
And then my last comment is, there's whole areas we did not even address as part of this commission, or this group that were rolled out by the city that we couldn't address, that are, you know, probably ripe for redevelopment.
So the approach we were going to take tonight was, as a starting point, to go over, refresh everybody's memory on what you guys decided as far as, you know, what things were important to you, what changes you made last time. That's coming. That's my next slide. And how the recommendations that we are putting forward to you, or opportunities here, meet or don't meet those, what you guys had in place. The goal was to try to maintain the plan that you guys had come up with to the greatest extent possible. So if we could just keep that in the back of our...
There's areas we were prohibited from addressing.
Understood. So if you just, we'll go through that, and then we can bring that up when we're talking about the options for how we address the RHNA. So if there are areas, I mean, right now, Matt was already talking about ideas like the MTA and Wiley Sump or whatever. So we can certainly, if you guys don't want to go the route of the options that we are showing, if need be, we can talk about those other areas.
Right. And I think we want to remind everybody, regardless of, even if there's no RHNA, SB 330 would require that you put back the density somewhere.
Yeah, but it's a lower density, isn't it? If I remember the numbers correctly. One's 3,000 units and one's 2,771. And what was the other one? I got to go back in this thing.
Actually, it's just about the same. It's just about the same. You knock down 1,600 to 16 to 1,800 with your proposed recommendations. What we are talking about is going back and putting back 1,700 or so units for the RHNA. So it's actually just a wash.
Well, that doesn't meet RHNA.
No, it does. If you let us finish the presentation, then you'll get.
So Jim, yeah, obviously, you know, you've been studying this and have a lot of questions, and that's fine. What I want to do is make sure that others get an opportunity to ask their questions too, and then we can circle back around. So would you mind if we moved on to Paul for now, and then we could circle back around?
No, mind at all.
Okay, great. Thanks, Jim. Paul?
Okay, maybe your next slide is going to answer this, but I was just suggesting that maybe we reverse the density changes that the GPAC made and the mixed use changes that the GPAC made, and where that gets us. That was it. It sounds like you've already going to present that to us.
Yeah, so let's just walk through the conversation of what we had and just what, you know, some of the ideas that we were looking at to address this. Because I think when you see it all, you know, our starting point, again, was that here's the refresher on what you guys said for the proposed land use plan. So we were preserving those recommendations to the extent that we could of reducing the densities and areas and the mixed use from 35 to 30. So bringing those down, eliminating the mixed use from Artesia, eliminating mixed use from PCH Central, and then assuming option B was confirmed, you had a couple little nuanced changes there, that you would remove the high density designation and replace it with commercial uses. We also, the proposed plan was removing the mixed use that is south of the Galleria. And you guys had created that larger industrial flex area. And then the last kind of key theme to all of this was your North Tech District. So up by Redondo Beach Boulevard and Manhattan Beach Boulevard, that area, it was leaving that as general industrial. But as you recall, you guys had lengthy conversations and healthy conversations about possibly, having that be a space to include residential because of the proximity to the metro station. So that was our starting point where we go, okay, these were the key things that the group was trying to achieve last time. So let's get to the table here. So there are some things that we automatically look at, and this is Veronica's expertise, but that go into, when you're addressing a housing element, how you address them. So up at the top, we're looking at, the number of units we need. So we look at our income categories and the units. And so this is carried over from earlier. So you remember the 1728 and 1771. I'm going to bounce around a little bit. We're in this moderate and above moderate. We were talking about, what you satisfy. When we look at all these different categories that I'm going to go through in a minute and put totals by it, you guys have a surplus of those. So that's why we're not focusing. Those are already covered. So then our focus is on this 1728 number. And so that's what we were trying to work backwards from. So yes, the question was about ADUs. Can you count ADUs? Yes, we've got 58 of them. And it's 58 because we have to look at the trends of the past 5 years of the number of ADUs that the city has approved and kind of project that moving forward so that they can say that those same kind of trends will carry forward. So that's how we came up with that. When we're looking at, we call it residential recycling, a lot of these, and Veronica can chime in when I'm done if I miss anything, but you had some sites that you already counted in your prior housing element. And so we're moving those forward. Is that right? No?
Oh, not real. We're not moving these forward, but these are exactly like you have R2 and R3 sites, and most of the time when the city is being developed right now with construction, it's usually recycling existing single-family used into a 2-unit, 3-unit condo in your R2 and R3 areas. So I did a canvassing of properties that have the ability to accommodate a couple more units, just like the way that the city's been developing. And I was able to find enough sites for about, 800 units or so on 788. So this is based on your current general plan and zoning, no changes in those neighborhoods, and just the recycling trends. And that's kind of like reflecting the recycling trends in your community. So some were from last time, some may not be, but it's just that I did a recalculation of the, yeah.
Thanks for the clarification. Yeah, so as you can see though, that they're in the category that you already have plenty of. So we don't have any in the very low and low. So then you look at your residential, your R1 sites and how many vacant sites you have. Okay, none. So we're talking about size-wise, what would count? You don't have any for the category we're looking for. You have 32, which is, a small number in the moderate and above moderate. So in the gallery, sorry, thought I heard a question. Okay. In the Galleria, you were looking in that area that's the 300 units we talked about. So all these things are, kind of the givens. Like these are pretty standard in the housing elements on how you address those. So the Galleria was approved. So this is what we put in to the project. It's your 270 and your 30 affordable. And then in the Kingsdale Galleria area, we have units that we counted with the density of 28 use per acre. And then our PCH south. Since none of that changed, that we could count the units there at 30 DUs to the acre. So these are things that didn't change from before or were approved, like from the Galleria being approved. So to us, these were pretty straightforward. And so then that gets you 265 units, which would leave you a remainder of 1,400 units that you're still trying to solve for. And so one of the questions, is that, let's see, there was a question about the ADUs. Since they just changed, the city just changed its rules on the ADUs this year, is that, if we're looking at the past 5 years, is that the 58, how did you get to the trends? Does that anticipate the, additional rules that were put into place?
No, the ADU cannot be based on capacity. So you cannot say that because we have 4,000 parcels that can accommodate an ADU, so therefore we have 4,000 unit capacity. It's specifically written in state law that ADUs can only get credits based on trends, and they specifically also specified the time frame. We're looking at between 2018 and 2020 when the new laws became effective. And so we look at that trend, and you can do an average of that and then multiply it by 8. And based on the city's survey, about 3 out of the 11 units that responded to the survey actually are available for zero rent for family members, and that's why we were counting about 30% of that, a little bit less than 30% of that into as low income. But you can't, even if we're able to inflate the trend a little bit by pushing ADUs, you're unlikely going to be able to inflate it substantially.
Okay, so what I would like to do is, I see that there's a lot of conversations and comments going in the chat, which I'd like to save that for the conversation. So if the advisory committee members could reserve your comments until I finish going through this, because I think a lot of these questions could come up and everybody would benefit from those. So we can hold the rest of the questions for a minute. I see there's 2 hands up. I see Brad and Jim have their hands up. So if I may, I'd like to finish because we have a few more slides so I can walk you through the rest of these 2 ideas, and then we can open the rest of this up for a lot of these comments. And then we can go from there. So when you're looking at the rest of the table, we're looking at, Artesia, PCH Central, the Galleria and the Industrial Flex area, which has no mixed use, and the Tech District. So if you agree with this, this is pretty standard in this approach, then we're solving for 1,400 units. We didn't assume any changes. You guys took residential out of the Artesia and PCH Central, so you'll see we didn't add anything in there. So again, we're still solving for that 1,463 units. So that leads us to our last 2 areas, which the first is the Industrial Flex area at the Galleria. This is 51 acres in size. And so one of the thoughts that we had was to potentially add a residential overlay to the Industrial Flex use. And that overlay would say that no more than 30% of this 51 acres could be developed at a maximum of 45 dwelling units per acre. So if you did that, you could have, that gets you 600 potential units right there. So I'm going to keep going through this because you guys will follow the conversation. So with the Galleria, if we said 45 DUs per acre at 30%, it's 600. Now, no, obviously there's other sites, people have been talking about, there are other ways to deal with this too, where depending on how you trade off for other areas, you might be able to say the dwelling units are less or the percentage is less, but just starting at this point to give you a perspective, at 45 DUs per acre on 30% of the site, you could get 600 units. And so that's an overlay. Then if we looked at the Tech District and did something similar and allowed for a residential overlay there, and this wouldn't be the whole district, it would be on the area that's closest to the freeway and the metro station. This is 87 acres. And so if you did kind of 30% of the site, again, at a maximum of 45 dwelling units per acre, you could possibly get 1,000 units there. So what does that look like math-wise for you? Well, if you did nothing but change and put an overlay on these 2 sites, you could meet your RHNA. and it would preserve all your other GPAC recommendations. So that would, our starting point was to try to respect what you guys had come up with first, and then see where we could do the minimal amount of changes. Now, that's one stopping point. Just keep that in mind. Now, other people have brought up, well, maybe we could put back what we had in other areas. So we wanted to look at that and give you the opportunity, because if you did go back and change some of the other areas, you have unit capacity there. But we didn't know, without talking to you guys, how you feel about any of those. And maybe there's a trade-off, because if you put some of these back, then you could potentially reduce the industrial areas or whatnot. So Artesia, if you put mixed use back in Artesia, you'd have about 212 units you could add back in there. PCH Central, there's about 162 units that you could gain. Now this one, I just go with me on this. I know it's an uncomfortable conversation. It's just a perspective. But if we increase the density in the Kingsdale area, right now, we have the high density, but it's at, I think that one's, it's either 28 or 30 to 28 to the acre. Because you have to consolidate, the lots are so small there, and you have to consolidate so many lots, it is unlikely that that would have a turnover in the 8 years, unless you put the density higher, like closer to 60, because that would incentivize somebody to come in and build more there. So if you put it at 60, and that would, be an argument that HCD would want to see that there's enough incentive there, you could have up to 350 potential units there if that was built at the max 60 to the acre. So another option to consider would be looking at, there are some of the RH properties. This is option A, is the central PCH. And so if you increase the density there, you'd have 113 units possibly that you could gain back. And then if you're looking at restoring the density in South PCH, right now it's at 30 dwelling units to the acre. And if you put it back up to 35, that's 38 units. So you see, we were talking about, so these are just all the options we had available to us. There's trade-offs for each one. Very clearly, one of the arguments is that, okay, well, all of the units, if you just use the industrial, are in North Redondo, so that other parts of the city are not, carrying some of the weight for the mix or for the unit count. But then it might be, okay, well, they're next to Metro, that makes more sense. So that was the thought process on some of those. So before we move forward, this is the time where we'll do the back and forth with questions, but our thought process for the night was that we wanted to get feedback, and that we would go through and ask you on each one, should this one stay in or out, and walk through each one and get you guys to vote on those, so we would know how you guys want to change those. So I think with this, we've had some hands that have been waiting. Brad, Eugene, then Jim, and then I'll take a look while they're asking questions. We'll look at some of the chat. Actually, why don't we not put more in the chat and just raise hands, because it'll be easier for me to manage one spot than two. But I'll get the questions that are already in the chat. So let's start with Brad.
Veronica kind of talked about it a little bit, but I still have issue with the ADUs, potential ADUs not counting. There's got to be some way that we can look at this. I'm seeing, we're looking at the trend. This is so new. So to look at the last 2 years, I don't think is valid. If you look at the last 2 months, in my neighborhood, I've driven past 3 or 4.
Right.
So I think that ADU number, there's got to be something we can do there.
Right. I think to some extent we can inflate the trend, but the HCD guidebook on how to qualify sites specifically says with ADUs, you look at the 3-year average from 2018, 19, and 20. 2018 is when the new ADU laws came into effect. You look at the 3-year average, and then you can inflate it somewhat, depending on the efforts that you are doing to facilitate that. So this is a conservative number. Can we push it? Possibly, but it's not going to push you to the point where you can meet your RHNA without doing any kind of rezoning. Let's put it this way. And they specifically say that, even if you could, they would not allow it. So,
And if I may add on to that, just so you know, the ADUs, before we adopted our regulations, there was a lot more influx of applications back in early 2019, end of 2018. And once we adopted our regulations, it went down a little bit, but there were still people coming in with applications. Now that the state came out with more flexibility or availability of people developing ADUs, we've still seen a lot of applications come in, but it hasn't gone on an exponential scale. And we're going to be reintroducing our updated ordinance next week at the city council level. So that's even under the state regulations and before we've adopted our own ordinance. So this is really in line with what we've seen in those 2 years where you've seen people really trying to rush in with some applications.
Okay, so Eugene was next.
Thank you, Wendy. This is for either Brandy or Sean. When it comes to the proposed healthy living campus over there at the Beach Cities Health District, and we've had some conversations in the past about whether or not units like these would qualify as living units. Has there been any development and conversation like that where we'd be able to identify where that's a project that's saying it's 400 units, and maybe we could identify that some of those would be low income or moderate or otherwise designated, that might help our number also. The health district or that area around the health district that's such a big property isn't addressed by any of the things that you've identified.
Yeah, and Veronica might be able to help with this. Veronica, those are assisted living units that would be proposed.
Yeah, I think actually, yes and no. It really, what gets RHNA credit is whether the unit is qualified as a housing unit based on the California Building Code, which requires cooking and plumbing facilities. It doesn't require a full kitchen. You can have a kitchenette, but you have to have cooking and plumbing facility to qualify as a housing unit under California Building Code. So I actually always encourage my clients to talk to the developer of the assisted living facilities, because they have the nursing care beds or the increased care, what you call in progressive care or something, that those are beds that you don't actually get to count, but there are independent living units where in an assisted facility that sometimes they could count. May not be all 400, but maybe like 100 or 200. Like you could count that, and so it just it just requires working with the developer and looking at the plans and encourage them to actually pull residential building permits on the units that qualify as housing.
Right, I understand. And typically independent being different from assisted or being different from some other continuing care program, right. Not quite hospice. But if the idea here, most assisted units have some sort of cooking apparatus, whether it be a microwave, right, or some other cooking apparatus. Thanks for clarifying that it's according to the California Building Code. If what we're identifying here is potential, then could we not recognize that, well, we can work with what's being proposed there and it has a potential of providing X number of units. And I know I've spoken to Tom Backley about this before, having a lot of familiarity with assisted living. The idea that the state might even supplement, or there are programs to help supplement people to live in the assisted living that would be low income or affordable. And so really what we're talking about, Veronica, you're obviously going to know much better than I, if we're identifying potential and we already see that there's a project proposed, could we not be able to identify some number of units, even if it's a small number, it helps us reach our goal, that might be available to us at that project?
Well, I think, whatever that project is, and depending on the timing, we may be able to already, maybe there are units that qualify already. And as long as they don't pull permit until next July, then we can count them. I think in terms of future potential, then what you want to look at is whether the health districts permits housing. And if you need to make any zoning code changes to add, housing as a permitted use, like multifamily housing as a permitted use, essentially the state doesn't look at whether it's an assisted unit versus a regular apartment. If the housing unit falls under the definition of a housing unit, whether it's quote unquote assisted living or not, it's irrelevant to the state. So what is important is whether the health districts does allow housing. And is it something that we can consider?
Well, they feel that it does, but it brings up an interesting point, which is where we'll be in conflict, where if there were housing there and it's defined as housing, and Jim will be able to know this, certainly being the author of it, when you have a conflict over charter. So what do we do here if we add 600 units to the Galleria, and that might come in conflict where we require a Measure TD vote? Are we ignoring the idea that it might require a change to our charter in supporting the idea that here we're identifying these units? And how would the state or how does that reconcile between the two, our requirements versus the state requirements, or perhaps a regulator like the Coastal Commission's restrictions versus what we're proposing? We can't put 10,000 units and eliminate parking on the coast. So these conflicts, and the idea, like I said, is, are we coming up with an idea where this is what is potential and that's all we're proposing, or actually something that, yeah, we know for a fact we can build this? Because potential is one thing that we have to go through. There'll be conflicts with regulators, there'll be conflicts with our charter, but if it's potential, then I think there's more areas that we can include there and throw on there. Thank you. I'll stop talking.
All right. Thanks for your comments, Eugene. Matt was next, and then Rob. Matt, you there? I'll come back to Matt. Rob, you around?
Yeah, so up in the tech district, you had sliced off that square between, yeah, let's go back to that. So you have the bottom part of that square. What about the top part that's in red there? Why aren't we looking at that as an alternative as well?
We could.
Yeah, because I mean, that's a significant area there, and we probably wouldn't have to mess with the Galleria area, which abuts a lot of our residents, and we could probably do the whole thing right there, right?
I'd have to look at the acreage. I don't know, and I think the other thing we have to do is we have to look and see. And Veronica, you can chime in. I don't know what the uses are, all the specific uses underneath. Because it's like, how much can we actually count?
Right. I'm not familiar with that area either, so we'll have to take a look at it. The industrial areas are primarily, a lot of them are older warehouses, obviously, and so it's more, could be more feasible to go away. But I'm not familiar with the.
Yeah, it's mostly warehouses, which are probably renting at the $2 or $3 a square feet, and also that has excellent access to transportation, as the rail station is across the street from there. Right. Is a metro station, the rail station, light rail, and it has an on-ramp to both the north and south 405 right there at Inglewood. You can see it right there. So that is, and all of the buses stop at that metro station there. So you have, that is the most access in terms of mass transit that you can find anywhere in the city.
And Sean or Brandy, do you have any feedback on uses or on that?
Well, yeah, I'm looking at an aerial of it now, and the red that's south of the 405, that's all the new hotels.
Right.
Then across the freeway, we've got Motorsports of Redondo Beach, and then Bath and Kitchen Lighting Gallery. Then we have the Vaughn's Shopping Center with the, fast food in and out on the corner. So
So if those hotels are there and those are new, I mean, those have
yeah,
gone-
those are new. The hotels are new. The Motorsports, and the Kitchen Gallery. There's a couple of large lots on that side that could be certainly considered. There's similar uses to what we're looking at in the industrial tech, on the other side of the freeway that we've highlighted here on the exhibit. So it could.
They're just a little disconnected from everything else, but yeah. I mean, I think it would be more challenging to do this strip here with those hotel uses in the actual station because there's not a lot of extra that you could find in there to actually build on.
And it's a big chunk north of the freeway, though.
Yeah.
Right here.
And there is those big, long storage facilities that are south, I'd say south and west of the hotel that.
That's right.
Yeah, that run, it's got that little diagonal. If you go right above the E and Acres up and you follow that and you hit the red line. Yeah. From there, go south and east.
My cursor disappeared.
Yeah. And then you could take that all the way to Inglewood Avenue. That's a long strip of, frankly, just storage.
You store it, yeah.
But yeah, I know Veronica would have to look at it for configuration. So I think to continue to move the conversation forward, it's like, okay, there might be limited opportunity here, maybe on this strip, and then this area would be another option. That wasn't one that we shared with you guys. So you can keep that in the back of your mind of when we're looking for all of these things. So Matt, you were away when I called you. So
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't away. I was just fumbling with trying to unmute myself.
Oh, it's okay. So we're back to you.
Anyway, it's kind of interesting looking at this from a historical perspective. I am reminded of some of the arguments that were brought up with regards to the heart of the city, 3,000 units. And one of the issues was children crossing PCH to attend school. One of the problems with development north of Manhattan Beach Boulevard is, it was kind of alluded to, but you better not have kids in any of those developments because there's no real good place for them to go to school. They would have quite a commute, so to speak, especially at the elementary school level, or any of them, to attend school. That being said, the other thing I'd like to mention is, having been on the Planning Commission 20 plus years ago, we achieved our arena numbers by, I don't want to say hook and by crook, but the entire gallery was zoned mixed use when we knew it wasn't really going to be developed mixed use. I mean, it's only recently that that's become a thing to do. But we satisfied the state by dumping all these, I think, 1,600 units we put on the Galleria map, so to speak, and used that to satisfy our arena numbers. Quite frankly, it seems like we're in the same kind of shell game with the state. My first choice would be to go to war with the state, but I'm probably in the minority there. So if we're not going to go to war with them and we're going to try to get something through that gets them to buy off on our housing element, it seems like density is the key. 90 units an acre. I was running some quick math. What do you need for an affordable housing unit? 500 square feet, something less than 1,000 square feet. So how do you really accomplish that or get a developer to accomplish that? You've got to crank up the number of units per acre. It can't be 45 units per acre. It's got to be more like 90 units per acre so that we impact the fewest number of acres in Redondo Beach. Whether it's north, whether it's south, wherever it is, my position is crank up the number of units per acre and impact the fewest number of acres possible. I agree, the 20% guidance, yeah, sure. I'm sorry, I just wouldn't bother going into that. Here's a great place to put 90 units an acre, Pacific Crest Cemetery. Rezone, just zone over Pacific Crest Cemetery, transit-oriented development. Come on, it's going to be right next to the transit center. Sooner or later, it's got to be redeveloped as something. Maybe they can build over it. It's not going to bother anybody there. The person who owns it would be ecstatic about it. Anyway, think about the short commute if you have senior citizens there. That was a joke. That was a bad joke. But
It is a bad
anyway.
joke, but in Huntington Beach, they have a hospital next to a cemetery, so it happens.
Well, there you go. There you go.
All right.
I'm semi-serious here, though. We're looking for open pieces of land that, frankly, the idea that they're going to be developed is a shot in the dark to begin with. So to sit there and make the argument, well, no, we can't really argue that that's a reasonable chance for development. Let the state fight that battle with us. Stand firm and say, well, of course it can be redeveloped into housing units. Sooner or later, everything can potentially be rebuilt into housing. But at any rate, that's my rant, and I'll go back to being quiet now.
Okay, so there are, so Phil, Bob, Paul, and then I may call in a couple people that have given us some comments that I would like the group to hear verbally and the public as well. So.
And somebody lowered my hand, so I don't know what happened there.
Oh, sorry, that was probably me, Jim. Sorry, I'm trying to lower the hands of the people that are speaking so I might have accidentally hit yours. So we'll get you in there too. So let's do Phil, Bob, Paul, Jim.
So I would just like a little bit of context on the church properties that was mentioned. You said there's only potential for about 113 units. So is that based on only part of the church properties being developable, maybe say parking lots or something like that? And does that mean that we would have churches that operate with no ability to park potentially? Any insight on why that number is so low, considering some of the church properties, and we have a number of them, seem like they could accommodate more than that?
Wendy, you want me to take that?
Yes.
In fact, the state just passed a new state law to allow religious facilities to partner with a nonprofit to provide housing on their property, provided that it's zoned for residential uses. But then you don't have a lot of large scale churches, well, not large scale, but properties. We still have to meet the density requirement of 30 units to the acre, and they still need to be able to consolidate into a certain size, but so there are not a lot if you looked at it in the RH properties, and it's at 28 units to the acre, so it doesn't actually qualify for lower income anyway. But this new state law, SB 899, specifically says that if they do provide affordable housing on their lot, they are not required to meet the parking requirements for the assembly.
So the churches would potentially stand as operational with just no place to park?
Well, it could be combined with the residential parking. I think that's probably what they're trying to do, is like shared parking between the assembly use and the residential uses.
But both
and if that they're falling short, they're not required to meet it.
Okay. So, but potentially both would remain, or the housing would stand in conjunction with the church that's in operation, correct?
Right, that could be it. And so we looked through your properties. I only picked the ones that have larger lot size and larger parking lots. And there are a lot of, you also have a lot of churches, small churches in R1 zone. But if you put R1 density on top of it, you're going to get 1 or 2 units max. And you're not going to get a nonprofit to go in and partner and build 1 unit.
Oh, nice one.
Okay, next is Bob, Paul, and Jim.
Thanks. The presentation earlier said that this stuff has to be spread throughout the city. What we've been talking about here is North Redondo. Why is that?
Well, North Redondo has, so it is spread. I mean, well, there's options, but when we are looking at, you're satisfying some of the housing throughout the city and places that Veronica's counting, but we're looking at the larger sites that could accommodate and have the opportunity to transition. And so you have two different places. I think somebody else had commented about that as well. Like, for instance, I think the intent, and Veronica, again, this is her expertise, but the intent of the law is that, you don't put everything. Like, if you guys just decided, hey, let's just go big and put it all at the Galleria, that you couldn't satisfy your whole RHNA that you needed, your 1,700 units in that one spot. The idea is that it's distributed around somewhat.
Do you have a number? Do you have a number that indicates all the other pieces, where they are located, and what percentage goes into each part of the city?
Well, Veronica, I mean, she's been doing the whole inventory. If you saw her whole Excel spreadsheet, she would know where those are. Yeah.
So, for example, is 50% in North Redondo? Is 80% in North Redondo?
I don't have that number yet, and honestly, what we've been using is primarily what's currently in what we have so far right now is what's always there, your single family residential recycling in your areas, and what we're waiting for you to do is give us some idea. There's not a specific requirement as to what's the percentage, what's the equal spread, but I can tell you that that's the first thing that HCD is going to look at is, are you concentrating everything into one spot?
Nothing in the law is there.
But the law has changed. So we did do that in with the Galleria. I worked on that housing element too, and we did do that in the Galleria on the 2013 housing element. But the law was not like that before. The affirmatively furthering fair housing law was adopted in 2017, which really looks at the deconcentration of lower income housing. Not deconcentration, but the not concentrating your new construction of lower income housing in just one neighborhood.
So the focus will be on low and ultra low income housing as to the spread.
Right. The idea is that you don't dump it in one site, what
it sounds like is that that's pretty much what this does.
I think that's the reason why we're suggesting to have the industrial flex near the Galleria, and also
so far, nothing south of 190th.
Well, that's why, Bob, in fairness, we wanted to bring back all the other ones that are up on the screen right now. So
No, I understand that, but if you're looking for location, the obvious focus is to go where you're going. And is that, first of all, going to pass muster for the legals? And secondly, is that a proper dispersion of this requirement?
I mean, I think when we look at, for me, I would want the feedback as we're going through this, because we don't know what other places would be acceptable to you if they aren't in these locations. So to us, these were the two opportunities we had. So then it would be, and Veronica, you have to make the call on this one, but to me, it would be like, okay, based upon the read of the group, you guys are committed to it's in these two areas, and that's what we move forward with. If there's more room and some of these things go back, then we start to shift that, and that's where the argument is with HCD. Now, we need the input from you guys to generally know those things to see, okay, well, where are we actually accommodating the housing? And that if we don't have the sites available either, it's not like you can have, 1,000 units. like you can accommodate up in the north. You would have to, I mean, just adding up all the, putting everything back that we see on this screen doesn't even get you to 1,000 units. So
If I may step
I
in as
understand,
well.
but ultimately this has to get approved.
Right. Bob, to your point, I know you're, you know, like the concern of is everything being concentrated. If you go back, remember that first slide of on slide 25, I think it was, Wendy, where it was like, here are the ones that are kind of built in. And one was that PCH South, which had 177. I know that that's not at the size or scale that we're talking about for the other sites. But that's one area that's, you know, not just concentrating it in the north. And then as well, ADUs will be spread throughout.
And if I may too as well, Bob, Veronica and I, we talked a lot about this, and the transit-oriented station does really lend itself to a concentration. And Veronica was sharing with me just conversations she's had with HCD about kind of the new, let's say, land use evolution with industrial parks starting to convert and HCD being really open to that. So
I understand all that, but North Redondo isn't thrilled right now about the way the homeless thing was handled. And here again, there's going to be something that's going to be, could be positioned as being burdened on North Redondo, which doesn't seem to affect the southern part of the city. And you still have to get votes to get this thing approved.
yeah, I was speaking to the issue with getting it through HCD, not necessarily how it might play out.
Getting it through HCD, if the voters turn it down, where are we?
You're similar to the Encinitas situation. If your vote is voted down, you'll get your housing element would not have adequate sites, so you're going to have to do it again. So unfortunately, that is the situation. Encinitas is exactly the same type of growth management measures, and
So we should tell the voters they can't say no.
well, I'm not saying that they do have a choice, but if they do decide to say no, then you have to work on it again, unfortunately.
So Bob, we hear what you're saying. I mean, the point that you're making is like, are we really over concentrating those things? So I think that's
Not only over concentrating, I can understand the theory behind it, may not agree with it, but ultimately this has to get approved.
No, I agree.
And this may not be something that can fly. And then we could have had 5 years of meetings and had no coffee, but that would be great. That would be fine.
Well, but that's okay. So that's one location. So like Veronica, I think at this point, because we have so many other people that want to make comments, I think we have to understand the points that Bob's making, and I get that. Yeah, because obviously we've got to make it appeal to the rest of the community that this is, this has been debated like you guys have in the past. This is the best of all the options and why. So I understand, Bob. Okay.
Okie doke.
Thank you. So Paul Samras.
Okay, just gonna just follow up on what Bob said. I think, yeah, we should all just be cognizant as we go through the different options, that, we want to pay attention to, where we're concentrating or if units are spread throughout the city. And it doesn't have to be just a North versus South Redondo dichotomy. It can be, just looking at whether it's spread out, throughout the city. It doesn't have to be, North and South exclusively. And then going back to something that Matt said earlier about that district, on Manhattan Beach Boulevard and near the freeway. He said that, there was a concern about kids and schools. And, well, maybe the answer is to, if you're going to do that, to make arrangements for schools there, and not just say it's a housing district, but to make it some sort of a planned development district where you require, I know this complicates things a little bit, but where you require certain things in addition to just pure, dense housing. You add park space, you add the school, you connect to the commercial uses nearby, those kinds of things. So we'd have to kind of look at it a little bit more closely. I know my kids go to school, an elementary school at Lincoln Elementary, which is up there close to that neighborhood. And the school's, enrollment goes up every year, right? And now I think they have about close to 600 kids, which is hundreds more than in the past. So maybe it would make sense. Maybe that's the answer, what Matt mentioned. Well, maybe providing for another school up there might make sense. Who knows? So that's kind of my general argument as far as that particular district. So it doesn't have to be just housing. You have to make it kind of more livable, right? You have to make sure that all the needed sort of services or amenities are provided there as well. That's all.
Great. Thanks, Paul. Okay, Jim, floor is yours.
Okay, first I had a question. You have numbers in this for the numbers it goes up, but are those all affordable?
On the table that we're looking at right now?
Well, like when you say 600 potential units in Galleria, those aren't going to all be affordable, and that's what we're looking at. Our shortage is the very low affordable, right? That's where we have our shortfall.
So Veronica, can you talk about how that works? If we've got the 600 units to meet the RHNA?
Well, again, the RHNA is not a requirement to build the units. It's just talking about feasibility, and they're using density as a proxy for what is feasible for developing lower income housing. So we're not talking about 600 affordable units. Nobody has that much money to build that much affordable housing units anywhere. But we're talking about at that density, it's feasible for a nonprofit to come and build affordable housing with a reasonable amount of subsidies. And so the capacity in that district is 600 units, but we may get 600 affordable units if there's a nonprofit have that much money, but we may not get any.
Well, I don't understand this then. We're just showing we meet a total number, not the part we're short on.
We're showing the total number as a fees. Well, the 600 we're talking about, yes, is at 45 units to the acre. That's what we are talking about. 45 units to the acre.
Yeah, about the 5 units to the acre. I'm talking about this 1463 shortfall and very low.
Yeah. And
600 units is going to produce maybe 60. Or at most,
we are not talking about actual production. We're talking about capacity and feasibility.
Well, but you talk out both sides of your mouth. Off one, we say we have to prove that we could build it, and then the other, you're saying, ignore that.
We are saying that it could be constructed in terms of having a development on there. Whether I cannot put a site, tell us HCD that this brand new building on this piece of property is a feasible site. No. But I can tell HCD that it is a
feasible. The reason we have to do this is we're short and very low. But they're producing 600 market unit. Well, I know where this is going. I mean, it's very, I mean, you don't have to go through the whole thing again and again and again. I got it. So second thing is a lot of our overcapacity is in recycling R2 and R3. Can't we require that any R2 to R, when you upzone, when you build more units on it, the new units have to meet affordability requirements?
That is the inclusionary requirement that the city is looking at, but we cannot count inclusionary units until they're built.
That's okay, because everything else is fudged on this anyway. It's all negotiation in the end. Also, we're actually losing affordable housing in Redondo because we're taking these old, I don't know what you call them, Melrose Place types apartment buildings that are affordable, and we're tearing them down and we're putting up, maybe a quarter of the units at market rate. And can't we put a halt on that and say it has to be replaced with the same affordability and the same density?
Actually, that's what SB 330 does have a requirement for
Right.
Replacing the units, it has a requirement for.
Yep, it's the city replace them, not make those same units be built. And then it's a paper exercise and we go down.
Jim, I every time I try to respond to you, I'm interrupted. So I'd really like to be able to provide the answer so that other people can hear it, if you would just give me that opportunity.
Okay.
With SB 330, there is a requirement that if for example, if there are 5 units on a site and somebody wants to do what you're talking about and they want to build something, build more condo or build condos, but maybe not as many and make them bigger, they actually have to provide for they have to demonstrate the affordability that those units were not affordable in order to reduce, and they have to give those that are of a affordable level. They have to provide them relocation assistance or a right of first refusal for the. So there are those requirements that are built in on those smaller R2, R3.
Yeah, so no, it's a paper game though, and then they still tear them down and rebuild, and they pay some pittance to move the people. And say,
we're seeing a lot of developers are having difficulty as they are having to put the same number of units back.
Yeah, we haven't seen that here.
We actually have. I'm saying we're seeing those applications come in. Yeah.
I think we could, if we just put that more formally in our rules, we wouldn't see this going away. This again, as we said from the very beginning, the whole reason we changed some of the zoning is because of the imbalance of works and jobs, the loss of parkland, the erosion of parkland because of residential buildup, the traffic infrastructure doesn't support it, the parking infrastructure doesn't support it, and the schools. And so now we're going to up it by, 1,800 some units and say, wave a magic wand and say all that went away. I just don't, getting back to Bob's point that this has to be voted on. And I don't necessarily see this as a North Redondo, South Redondo thing. I see it as, I just don't see any place that's going to say, yeah, we're up for that many more units. And then my final point, somebody brought up, 2 people brought up schools. It's not just schools, it's parkland. It's being able to get to recreations. It's having recreational opportunities. And so we're going to have that no matter what we do. And I just think the whole thing is a giant farce. And I'm kind of in Matt's thing is just let's put forth what we thought was a good plan going forward, trying to rebalance the city for at least starting a trend to get a workforce jobs balance back in the city instead of this is just driving it the other way again. And let the planning commission and the city council determine what they want to do with it. But we've come a long way in a year, and now it's like we're going back all the way back.
Okay, thanks, Jim. Yeah, I think I had Nick and Sue on there. Sue is still there. I don't know if Nick gave up or your question got answered. That was my order. It was Nick then Sue. You still have?
Yeah, I can go ahead and speak. I think one of the things that Paul Samrose brought up is very important. That it's not that if this was to go forward, that that area should go all the way out to the 405 to along Inglewood Avenue all the way to Marine, and just encompass that whole entire area, and it'd be looked at as a place where schools are an option and park area, and it's a master plan area. That it's not just, and by no means would you be looking at taking all the units in there as a single use, but they would have market rate units. It would have, office space. It would be an opportunity to, to redo that whole entire section, and it would incentivize somebody to come there and do it. And there's also opportunity to do that. I mean, you can take it across the Northrop Grumman entire campus to have an opportunity there too. I mean, it's not out of the question. So you can do the same thing as what Matt Kilroy was saying, what was done 20 years ago with the Planning Commission. You blanket these entire areas and let the market come in with projects and with opportunities there. I mean, to Jim Light's point about all the work that we've done, we can as a group make a decision we don't want to do anything. and just take a project as it is. But we've taken units out, and we're going to have to put some of them back. I mean, at least we can make a recommendation that we received it and we could not make a decision. I think it'd be fair to the Planning Commission and the City Council and the charter of this group to put forward an idea instead of saying, we're leaving this up to you. So what you have in front of you is the work effort of our consultants, of staff, and some of the work that we've done to get to something that is a reasonable discussion and be able to send something forward. It may not be perfect, and I think that's what the discussion is, how we can refine this a little bit, but I don't see us completely putting this entire recommendation with nothing on the Planning Commission and the City Council. So.
Okay, it'll be Sue, Paul, Candace, and Sheila.
I hear both of you, Nick and Jim, that either we make a decision that says we recommend we don't comply. But I think, as Nick is saying, we can provide alternatives that say, here's a way we can comply and still retain our original objective. But back when we were looking at the other areas, Artesia and PCH Central, we were also thinking back then, correct me if I'm wrong, of trying to keep work here in Redondo as much as possible. That was member light, if I remember correctly. Instead of traveling out to El Segundo, LA, or Torrance, let's try to make as much commercial as possible work right here in Redondo. Okay, I sent a text or an email, to Lena probably a couple of months ago when it became so apparent that COVID, and I don't know why anybody hasn't mentioned it tonight, it has a devastating impact in my mind on how people are going to be working. This is not temporary. Major companies have learned how to manage their employees who are working from home. And that makes me believe, and I'm telling you, I know people and companies that are huge and intimately changing right now because of COVID. That makes me say, how much of our commercial space that we said we wanted to use for, let's keep people working here in Redondo, along Artesia and PCH Central, that maybe is not going to be needed so much. Office space is going to go forever, in my opinion. I'm sorry, but you've got to be crazy if you don't think so. After they have been forced to manage their employees from home and seen what the potential overhead reduction is going to be, I would say that most commercial developers are going to be pretty happy for mixed use. And that maybe we need to relook at some of these, these spaces that we created that we thought these are work at home areas along PCH Central and Artesia. Call me crazy, but I believe COVID is here to stay in some kind of a capacity long term, and its office space, in my mind, has just gone downhill.
Thanks, Sue. Okay, I've got a handful of folks that haven't had a chance to speak yet, and they have their hands up, so I'll go through that list. But after we take those comments, I would like to take a pause and just get a read from the group on where we are. Because I think we could, there's a lot of things that have come up and there's a lot of things we could debate for a long time tonight. And we don't have the luxury of extra meetings. And so while we're listening to comments, I'm trying to figure out, and maybe you guys can help me think about this too, after we hear from others we haven't heard from yet, the best way we could move this forward, where you want to go with it, because we have to come out with some sort of action tonight of something. so we can have some direction one way or another. So, okay. So Sue just went, so Paul, Candace, Sheila, then Leslie.
Okay, I'm going to be pretty brief and try to address like how we can move forward. But as Member Pinsler said, putting all high density, low income housing in North Redondo, that's not going to fly. It's just going to be terrible PR. And the kids, like, oh, where are all those kids going to go to school? There's no schools up there. Are they going to go to school outside of the city, which is the potential, which probably would end up being, because I don't see schools popping up in the last 25, 30 years in this city. So I think moving forward, we got to spread the potential of housing throughout the city. So we spread the impact of that housing throughout the city, but trying to require R2 and R3 lots to have an affordable component on it. Those are private lots. That is just draconian. I mean, we can, you know,
sorry.
I'm sorry. R2 and R3 lots, I live on one and I don't want an requirement for affordable housing. I want to up my housing, that's fine. But then I'm going to turn around and my investment has to go to our affordable housing. That's not going to fly. And then, but we got to make a decision. I'm not going to be on this thing to kick the can down the road. That's silliness. We're just, giving up on our mandate. So that's it.
False mandate.
Okay. Thanks, Paul. Candace.
I have two things to share. One, I just want to share, I was really disappointed to see that the information was shared so close to the meeting. I didn't even have a chance to review it. It was shared at probably 4 or 4:30 p.m. And this is a lot of very important information, I think, that would have been very helpful to review thoroughly. And with that in mind, I feel like in good conscience, I couldn't even vote on something tonight because I didn't even have a chance to review the information. And so, as you guys continue to share information, just be cognizant that, there are folks that don't check their email every 5 minutes, and there are folks that are working and have other responsibilities and maybe in that 120-minute range that people wouldn't have the opportunity to review it. So that's one thing. And the second thing that I'm thinking about, we're having a lot of conversations about schools, and it's just a suggestion that we are adding tons of units without any conversations of schools. We have one school member here sitting on the GPAC committee that could probably contribute to the conversation, but we haven't even thought about that. We haven't even, when we're doing all of this rezoning, we are doing the RENA numbers at the end of our rezoning. So we're bringing in all these new residents without even thinking about how we're going to think about how our schools will be impacted. And our schools are extremely impacted right now. And it's one of the biggest things that I hear people talk about right now. So I could not vote on this in good conscience without thinking about that. That's all.
Zoom.
Okay. So, Brad, did you want to say anything about schools, or we'll just keep going and then we can just...
I can quickly say a couple things. Building a new school is going to be really tough. It takes 5 acres approximately to build an elementary school. So carving out 5 acres from something would be really tough. Schools are close to full now, but we don't know how this new COVID thing is going to change things as well. We could find out that 10% of our parents decide to homeschool, and we could end up having a huge drop that we don't anticipate. We won't know, really, but it does make sense for us to, when we do this, we have to look and assume that if we add 1,200 units or 1,500 units, it's going to add X number of students into the schools, and where will they go, and how's that get addressed other than just developer fees? There's got to be something more in there because we can't just keep building. And that's part of the argument I think that gets made to the state as well, about the unrealistic RENA numbers. It's one thing to have ADUs where you're going to have one person in a garage. It's not going to be a family showing up in a garage. So the ADUs don't impact schools the same way that adding a large number of low-income units, whether it be in the north or the north and the south, if we do add it to the PCH corridor and the Torrance corridor. But yeah, that'd be a interesting discussion to figure out, okay, what is the student load based on all these numbers and where are they distributed and where do they go?
And when we go through the environmental impact report, that's one of the things we look at as well. So, okay, I'm going to take 2 more comments right now, Sheila and Leslie, and then I'd like to propose to the group that maybe we start, I see John hasn't had a chance to speak yet either, so I'd like to get John too. And then I'd like to start having the conversation about maybe starting to walk through some of these areas and what you guys think. Okay. All right, Sheila. You there, Sheila?
Sheila, your mute is on.
I'm sorry. We've spent a considerable amount of time pulling these maps together, making these decisions. And so I wanted to echo Jim's response. But in addition, our challenge is finding opportunities for the low income, low moderate income. We're overly abundant in the upper ends of our income categories. And so I would really recommend that we wait until the issue about inclusionary housing has been resolved at the council level. That would give us, to me, it would give us more options, more concrete options to look at. And another, we've been talking about sort of also about segments of the population. We've been talking about kids and families. We've been talking about, again, low income. The group that we're going to see a lot of needs for is seniors. And people in the area that downsize, right? Matt talked about small units, right? 500 square feet, something like that. So what can we do about not assisted living? That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about housing 55 and older housing, and maybe with an inclusionary housing capacity. But it would require, I'm not quite sure what it would require to make an area just for 55 and older. But I do know that this inclusionary housing is something that the council is going to work on. And I'd like to see that certainly be more firm in our mind before we start changing and increasing our density. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Sheila. And I think, Veronica, you made a comment earlier that right now we can't count on the inclusionary housing until it's built, right?
Right. Yeah, you don't actually, meeting arena is purely based on capacity by zoning. You don't get to count the potential inclusionary units just because you have a policy until you actually built a project. So it's two separate requirements. It's not, inclusionary is not a requirement, but it's 2 different things. So you don't get to use inclusionary to replace your obligation to provide for capacity.
So then how do we ensure that, so the state has told us we need to increase density, but market rate here is very, very high, and it's going to continue to go up.
Right.
So essentially we're giving carte blanche to developers who want to develop at the high end. This doesn't seem like it meets the spirit of the law. And right. I'm hearing that the need is actually at the low income area.
Right.
So why are we making it so difficult to build for that?
Whoever wrote the laws up there, a lot of times they don't probably know what it takes to actually get development done. Having said that, our hands are tied by the law. So it would be great to have inclusionary to accompany your capacity. Requiring inclusionary also does not means that you don't have to have high density either, because if you make inclusionary and at a low density, let's say, oh, we're going to just assume, we're going to require the developer to build affordable housing at 20% affordable housing on a R1, R2 zone. You are going to, the state is actually going to look at that and say, well, you're constraining market rate development in that case, and so that nothing can happen. So you kind of have to have market rate development to make up, to provide you for the affordable housing through an inclusionary policy. The two comes hand in hand, unfortunately, that you cannot have inclusionary without having enough density for a developer to want to build in the city of Redondo Beach, because they are not going to make enough profit by providing you the affordable units without building enough market rate units.
Thank you.
All right, Leslie.
Okay, thank you. It's difficult to specifically offer suggestions outside of what you've already shown, because we don't have like a map of where all those pieces are in your tally, which would have been nice, and seeing a map also of where all the options are that meet all of the criteria.
We can pull those up for you. I have those on hidden slides so that if you want to talk about them, we have it. I just didn't want to have to go through every single thing.
Okay. And we've done all this work over this long period of time to come up with something that we feel the city would vote to approve, and that we want to reduce our numbers. So I'm naive about the city-state relationship as far as like how you could fight these rules. Veronica said our hands are tied. It almost seems like we have one of two choices. Like Matt said, either fight the state, but maybe fight them in a smart, at least in a way that shows, look, we understand some of the problems in the state. We could fit the letter of the law here, but it's going to create all these other problems. It is prudent to look at it from a holistic point of view of everything that goes with additional people, the schooling, the houses. We don't have enough schools for this number of people, right? But really focusing in on the key points of the low-income housing, and we're going to take these steps to improve these low-income housing. It's not going to get to this magic number of RHNA, but it's meeting the spirit in a holistic way that really has a good quality of life. There's that approach, or there's the approach of let's find a way to meet these numbers, not conservative, so not this plus 20%, and not erring on the side of what is very reasonable, easily convinced that could be the zoning could be changed, but not reasonable. Picking things that we do not think are going to ever get turned over, and we're just doing the minimal possible to meet this law, and with the goal of not increasing our numbers. So I kind of see it as two approaches, and I don't know. And if you're trying to get us to change what we've already approved, it's a really hard sell.
And Leslie, I understand the whole group's frustration. I get that. This is a hard conversation. We're trying to come up with stuff, and we're like, they're not gonna like any of it. We know that.
Yeah, but I don't want to be like the good student, like, yes, we will do everything you say, state, when we all are saying like, this doesn't make sense.
Well, Wendy, if I may step in, I think you're absolutely right, Leslie. Like, it's frustrating, I think, for all of us. So I don't want it to come across that we want you to have to do this. We don't want to have to go through this process either. We were at a place, we had that, that recommendation, felt really comfortable with it. And then SB 330 came out. And then, so we knew we were going to have to address that. And then the RENA number came out. The RENA number is so significantly higher than what we had previously that we didn't even have a clue that we would have to plan for this level of capacity. And that's what's frustrating, I think, for all of us to do that. Now, when they were going through that methodology and determining the methodology for how to determine the RENA numbers, we pushed back a lot. We had a 12-page letter here, a 15-page letter there that was really addressing a lot of those points that you just made, Leslie, about schools, about the traffic, about the jobs housing balance. So it really, like, we're all in this, and it's really a frustrating exercise to have to go through.
Sure, understood. I'm a rule follower and want to be the good student, but in this case, I want us to be the bad, let's just skate by.
I mean, it's kind of one of those things right now. It's like, all right, if it's the trade-off. If the council gave direction, that's where, that's where we're going to challenge, that's where we go. But the task of the GPAC is to address the land use plan. And we felt, obviously you guys are the best group to go forward and make recommendations that the council, you're sitting here deliberating all of those to make those recommendations to the council if they choose to move forward with it. If they don't, then, they can decide to challenge that.
Can we also have, we're the advisory committee, so we already have our advice. And can our advice be to not meet these requirements? And I guess the middle ground would be to, okay, you could have these in your back pocket of make these changes, but we don't want to, that's still not our advice.
I think in the end, it's going to be, it's going to the point that Paul made of that's kicking it down to the next level. So have that. So it's either you could have your voice now or just say, this is what we recommended. Planning Commission, City Council, you guys figure out how to make that adjustment. And that's, we never said that's a possibility, but we know that you're charged with coming up with what can we do for the land use and then yet still comply with the laws.
Okay. So we've got two people that we haven't heard from, John and Howard. And then I think we need to get to that point where we're like, okay, I haven't heard from some people. I don't know where the group is going, but at this point I would assume that, and we know about assuming, that's why I want to confirm it with you, that we would try to move forward with some recommendations of some sort. So let's hear these last two out and then talk about what we can go through, because there may be areas that we could look at and you guys are like, absolutely, just that would never happen units wise, or we're already hearing push. One of the things you did talk about was in the north, I'm getting the feedback from the group that that's not going to fly. So, is it that no residential could go there? Is it a reduced amount? So if we brought that down, then maybe you would consider some of the others. So that's the kind of conversation that I would like to be able to get to if we can.
And Wendy, just real quick too, then after we take those other comments, we do have one person from the public that's been waiting to comment as well. So.
Okay. And to just look for chair for monitoring time, we're at 9:00 now. And so we have discussed this quite a bit. And we don't have the luxury of continuing to multiple meetings. So, I need some help on this, thinking about how we can do it. So I can make some recommendations for you guys when we get there. John and then Howard, and then we'll put a timeout for now on comments.
Very quickly, it seemed to me that what you recommended basically preserved all of our ideas everywhere in the city, and we had to come up with how to cover another, 1,200 affordable care units model. And in a sense, I think what we're doing, or what the staff's proposal and consultant's proposal is, keep everything that the GPAC has come up with so far, and then play a shell game with the state on these other numbers. We show we have the capacity here, but quietly to ourselves, we don't really expect it's going to get built there. I mean, that's what I'm hearing through all of this from you folks, that no, we wouldn't have 600 affordable care units, even though we said we could have the capacity there, because probably nobody would ever really do it. Oh, we've got the capacity there. So my sense is that if that's the case, I live in North Redondo. I'm not terribly worried about having some additional things there that are never going to happen. And we can go forward with part of the plan that really makes sense. So I would strongly be in favor of what the staff proposed.
Okay,
Thank you.
Howard?
My interpretation of what I've heard is that expanded use of mixed use is the simplest, minimal change to what we've done so far. It is concentrated more in the north, but it does have a lot of geography along down going into the south. And so it has a minimal downside from what I've heard. It doesn't, impact what Paul was talking about. It supports Sue's comments, which his office has been impacted by COVID. And so I think that's mainly the tool that you're using to implement. I would recommend we call the question and take a vote and have a recommendation. And I'd also like to say that we should protect the commercial, that's a big moneymaker for the city, but mixed use is the main tool that you've recommended, and that sounds good.
And it would be an overlay on top.
Yeah.
An overlay on those two areas in the north, right?
Well, I was saying, across Artesia, some of the places, the office in Artesia, not keeping mixed use out of Artesia now, to me, doesn't make any sense post-COVID. It's just going to keep that area depressed. And so we can use the housing to bolster up the commercial that's underneath it. Certainly the Galleria south of that would be a good overlay. I'm not sure about the north. I could go either way. I know I work for Northrop. I know Northrop brings in a lot of revenue. I wouldn't want to, push that factory out, but the mixed use seems like the best tool I've heard all night.
Okay, so how about we do this? We had set this up in a way to talk about each one of the areas, kind of a yes/no vote. Like, for instance, talking about if, Howard was saying, okay, Artesia, let's put some mixed use back there. If that's 212 units, I mean, this is where I need Veronica and Hallie and those guys to help me do some math. So that if we're starting at, if we take the approach, here, I'm going to kind of bounce around on our tables, that the way that we're addressing these areas, we're going to start and say, okay, we'll move forward with that. That's 265 units, just as a starting point. Then if we start putting in some of these others, yes or no, then they could add that and tell us where we are. So, okay, we just added 200. We just did that, walk through those, and then see what's left for the bigger areas. Or you guys can tell us, yes or no, and we can tally that. That was the idea, so that we could see where we get with some of the adjustments and then how people feel about those. So
go to the slide, Wendy.
Okay. You're like, just do.
Wendy, we do have one person from the public though, waiting to speak.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I forgot because I
that's all right.
We had to wait for public comment time, so that's why.
Oh, no worries. Okay. Holly, you have 3 minutes.
Yes. Okay. First of all, from an engineering standpoint, I would have wanted to see what the baseline was before you had put in any of your changes that the GPAC recommended. How short you were on the RENA. Because what I see is minus 800 here, minus 1,800 for this plan, minus 1,700. And that has caused me to agree exactly with what Sue said. You put some mixed use and back here and there and stuff. And I would really like to see what the baseline was. Because the way you're doing your voting is, you're voting it a piece at a time. And oh yeah, this looks good. Okay. And each time you do it, it makes your debt more. And then you get to the last thing, which is North Redondo. Oops, we got 1,000. Dump it in North Redondo. I agree with Bob Waller. It's not gonna fly. I live in North Redondo. So that's why I wanted to talk before you voted on each little piece. Oh yeah, we like this person likes this, we'll just pass it all. Then you've got a mess at the end. And based on Sue's comments, you probably didn't want to because of COVID and all that, you probably don't want to redo all that anyway. I just want to see a numerical baseline, what it would have been if you hadn't made any changes. I like some of the changes you made, but this is a different world. And now, if you want to hear an expert talk about what the Rex Richardson is doing, I can talk because I've listened to more of those meetings than all of you combined. But you're going to have to give me 3 more minutes.
Motion to extend.
Okay. All right. So the business about, thank you. Oh, did you vote on it?
No.
Not yet, so we need a second. I'll second that.
Second, I'll second.
Is there any objections? No objection. Go ahead, Holly.
Okay. So in September, the Embarcadero Institute did a study and showed that the total RENA allocation to the SCAG of 1.34 million was at least 500,000 to 600,000 too high. A lot of stuff was double counted, okay, and it should be much lower. And Veronica only told you half the story. SCAG did decide not to litigate, but they had, some conversations with HCD in closed session, and Orange County said, we want you to convene another closed sessions and tell us what all those reasons were. And Orange County, all the cities got together and signed one big letter and said, we want you to convene that session. And Rex Richardson said, no, not unless other cities outside of Orange County want to apply. So we've all written letters. Redondo wrote a letter. The whole South BCOG wrote a letter. I don't know how many are now, but yesterday, and nobody's got information later than this. Yesterday, Rex Richards said the letters are still coming in. And he hasn't decided when he's going to convene this session, but the session is to have a closed session to discuss what would happen with this RENA business. So, and I've listened to a lot of other meetings too, and every other city is, at least in Orange County and Los Angeles, is just as pissed as we are. So I'm going with Jim White on that, and anybody else who wants to fight it. Okay, and so I'm going to be a little bit optimistic that the RENA could come down. Okay, now I'll shut up.
Okay, thank you, Holly.
All right. I'm going to share my screen again, you guys, because I forgot I wasn't sharing it. So, we debated the best way to go through this with you guys. So, because I'm seeing in some of the comments too about, why would we go back through and look at the mix, each one of these areas if we're really talking about 2 places. And so the reason we had started about possibly going through all these other areas was because we felt that there was the most flexibility in those 2 industrial areas to go, to Holly's point, if we work through some of these, like what's left. So the most case scenario right now in those 2 areas is 600 and 1,000. But if you start adding some of these back, you can reduce some of those and either reduce the percentage or reduce the density. So that's why we thought it would be helpful to go through some of these conversations first about how you felt about the area. Like, if you guys want to leave it, our first vote could be like, who wants to leave it exactly the way it is? And so if the majority don't, then we would end up going through each one of these anyway. And so that's why we thought we would start with these. And it's like, okay, well, if we're going to try to distribute this, because that's what I'm hearing, not all in North Redondo. So yeah, that means, okay, we got to look at a few of the other places that you guys had. Then we would have to start going back through some of these. And so that's why we set it up to say, like, for instance, with Artesia, if you put it back, do we add it back? Yes or no? A no means it stays exactly the way that it was, and a yes vote reintroduces the residential back by adding the mixed use in. the other conversation we were thinking about Artesia, for example, would be in that one a secondary vote, because on Artesia, mixed use was in a particular place, whereas we could allow for, maybe you could even do it a little bit differently and say it's a residential overlay, and over the whole corridor, like you were doing for that we were suggesting for the industrial areas, you could do an overlay of 212 units for the whole corridor, and then where it makes sense, it could go in there. So then it wouldn't have to be a designated mixed use, and you would have more flexibility for the market to respond over time. So that could be something we look at. So I think in an essence of trying to go through this, I mean, one, I don't know if it's taking a vote on leaving it the way that it is or changing it. Or if I think right now, because we don't have a choice, we have to come up with some solutions. And I think what we heard was from the group that you want to come up at least with some recommendations so that you're not kicking the decision down the road, that we start walking through each one of these. And then just see where that ends up and how you guys feel about it. And then we can see what those numbers look like. So with that, if we could start and maybe start walking through some of those, I'd appreciate it. And if you don't mind, you guys, if we could clear, I'm going to clear all your hands. So then that way, but do we have any questions about how we're going to vote before we start?
Go.
Okay. So Artesia, do you want to add back mixed use into the land use plan? I think, Lena, you were going to do a roll call on these, right? You're on mute.
Yeah, I can do a roll call on each of these. So sorry. So the first one is adding mixed use back on Artesia. Is that correct?
Artesia, it's add it back to the land use plan. Are we putting mixed use back on the land plan? Okay. A yes puts it back, and a no means leave it exactly the way that it was.
Okay. All right. Member Bajaj.
Yes.
Member Curzan.
No.
Member Eller.
Yes.
Member Funabashi.
Yes.
Member Gaddis.
No.
Member Hannon.
No.
Member Kilroy.
No.
Member Lamb.
No.
Member Light.
No.
Member Ludwig.
Yes.
Member McKenzie.
Yes.
Member Moses.
Yes.
Member Nafisi.
No.
Member Pinsler.
No.
Member Samaras.
Yes.
Member Sanchez.
Yes.
Member Simpson.
No.
Member Solomon.
No.
Member Stoddard.
Yes.
Member Szymanski. Member Turner is absent. Member Boise
Yes.
and Member Waller.
No.
Sorry, and then Chair Bureau.
Yes.
Okay.
You guys are tied.
Can I ask a question, please?
Wendy, what about the idea of having multiple options?
Yes, that's my question is, please explain why making commercial property multiple use property and leave it up to the contractor, leave it up to the developer at the time. Why is that a problem? It's the requirement, because we can show all this potential. I just don't understand. I heard that argument of why we don't want to make it mixed use and leave it up to what happens 20 years from now and what they need.
That's what we did in 1992. We talked for a year on that. It's going back to what we had that wasn't working.
Developers are building it, but it's not working and it's blighting things.
Yep.
I don't agree. I thought we all agreed.
Okay.
20 years from now, we should not define how this property specifically should be defined. Let the developer have as much leeway as possible who will know what the market demands at that time.
Wendy, let's include this vote and have votes on different options.
That's what
and then maybe that could be the presentation.
That's what I was going to suggest. Like, we know we're kind of split on that, so let's go through the other ones. And then, you know, because the other thing is we present this information to Planning Commission and Council, right? So you had your plan. We looked at this to add Rena. If they asked, you know, why didn't you put it in our TV? Like, it was split. This is a debate. It's half and half. You know, it could go, people feel strongly one way or the other. So, okay, that's one. So let's go on.
Our votes are the recommendations that we're making. This is how the group came down based on the recommendations that were proposed. And that can be our input. That way we're not abdicating a responsibility.
I mean, right now it's like
we're weighing in, everybody's voice is being heard on multiple. Okay, thank you.
But I really don't understand why you wouldn't want to leave it as open and generic as possible. I don't get that side of it. So I think that's a discussion I would like to hear.
But I think we're voting what to put forward, and there's going to be further actions on this, and that's what's important here. Sounds like this one, both options are going to be presented for planning, council, and public to actually weigh in on as well.
Okay.
And it sounds like we're going to have to present both, because that's where it comes down to. Then at the end of the day, council has to do what the people think.
Okay, let's look at PCH Central. I'm gonna, I have to bounce a little bit back and forth so you guys can see the map. So the PCH Central, let me get to our maps. Where? Oh, there it is. So this is just a visual refresher. So when we had the current general plan with the mixes of commercial, high density residential at 28 to the acre, mixed use here at Torrance Boulevard, it was a mix of high density and C2 all the way down with a little bit of public and a little bit of R3. You could have had 162 units in there. You could have accommodated that. With the uses that you guys had suggested, so the one that prevailed, they were close again, but the one that prevailed was option B that had the most votes, was to change the whole corridor to commercial flex and commercial neighborhood. And it just preserved this RM use that was already there. So this became an entirely commercial corridor. So you had 162 units because of the mixed use in there and not RH, but because that changed, it went away. So your option A showed putting some of the high density back and leaving commercial flex in the middle. So let's look at what the options are for voting on that one. So I just wanted to provide the context so we could visually all see what that is. So if we're looking at PCH Central, if we added the mixed use back into the land plan and that core right at Torrance, that would get you 162 units. So the yes vote would retain the original location of the mixed use from the existing general plan, and a no vote would maintain the commercial flex designation. Okay. So what do you guys think about that? Let's do a roll call on that. So PCH Central, adding mixed use back in where it was.
So just one point of order, you might be able to make this go faster if you said, would anybody change the vote, or will they vote the same way they did on the last one? Everybody might vote pretty similar.
Question.
I mean, so you're telling me it's going to be a split vote all the way down?
I don't know. No, you can ask.
No. Let's do the roll call vote. Let's just stick with what we.
I'm sorry, you're
You have to do it.
point.
No, you don't.
Okay, Member Bajaj,
Yes.
Member Karzan,
No.
Member Eller,
Yes.
Member Funabashi,
Yes.
Member Gaddis,
No.
Member Hammond,
Yes.
Member Kilroy,
No.
Member Lamb,
No.
Member Light,
No.
Member Ludwig,
Yes.
Member McKenzie,
Yes.
Member Moses,
Yes.
Member Nafisi,
No.
Member Pinsler,
No.
Member Samaras?
Yes.
Member Sanchez?
Yes.
Member Simpson?
Yes.
Member Solomon?
No.
Member Stoddard?
Yes.
Member Voicy?
Yes.
Member Waller?
Yes.
And Chair Bureau.
Yes.
All right. The yeses have it on that one. So that puts 162 units back and puts the mixed use back in that area. And this one would be the RH. It would be increasing the density in the RH from 28 to the acres to 30. So it would be keeping the RH where it is. And then that would give us 113 units. So a yes vote on that would, and I want to make sure I have this right, Veronica and Hallie and John and those guys, that a yes vote retains the original location of the RH. Is that correct? Or is it just the density upgrade?
It'd be the original location. It's go to the options again, Wendy, and you'll see. It's
So,
the A, I think.
yeah, so then it's kind of a hybrid. This is what we're looking at, you guys, is a little bit of a hybrid. So the majority vote was to move this mixed use back in here. So essentially, instead of the commercial flex, now what you're kind of voting on is to put this back. So the one thing that would change is that this all went to commercial on the south, but you would be adding this back in. And then instead of at 28 to the acre, it would be at 30 to the acre, because that's what HCD looks for. So we'd be bumping the density up just a skosh. All right, let's vote on that. So a yes vote puts the RH back and puts it at 30 to the acre. A no vote leaves it at commercial flex.
Okay. Member Bajaj?
Yes.
Member Kruzan?
No.
Member Eller?
Yes.
Member Funabashi?
Yes.
Member Gaddis?
No.
Member Hannon?
Yes.
Member Kilroy?
No.
Member Lamb?
No.
Member Light?
No.
Member Ludwig?
Yes.
Member McKenzie?
Yes.
Member Moses?
Yes.
Member Nafisi?
No.
Member Pinsler? Bob? Are you there, Bob?
He's muted.
He's on mute, sorry.
Okay, oh,
The answer's no.
okay. Member Samaras?
Yes.
Member Sanchez?
Yes.
Member Simpson?
Yes.
Member Solomon?
So we're voting to undo everything we've done over the course of the last 3 years.
Exactly.
It's not everything.
Pretty much.
That's an option. So but was that a yes or a no? I don't know if I got that vote.
What's the vote?
It's a no. I value the work that we've done for the last 3 years.
Yeah, exactly. It's bullshit.
Member Stoddard?
Yes.
You guys, if I can ask, I know this is stressful for us because I had the same conclusion, but let's be tough on the issues and respectful of the process and know that it's a challenge for everybody, okay?
Well, no, the process is flawed because we didn't consider other areas.
Jim, we're going through this exercise now just to see where everybody lands. We're not done
Yeah,
yet.
but then we're gonna go, okay, this stuff all passed, so that's what we're putting forward. We're not gonna look,
Please
it's,
respect the process, okay?
the process is broken.
Well, that
It's been 3 years getting where we're at.
fairness,
And that we didn't vote on at all, we didn't have any say on, and we're not even considering that, we're just going back and we're erasing the whole fact that mixed use underperforms in Redondo.
we have to
Why
find.
we went through all these changes.
No, Jim, I don't think we're saying that. I just think that mixed
We're
use.
going back to mixed use zoning.
Wait, hold on, just for 1 second.
From the existing VP.
For 1 second, just listen. That mixed use is simply giving us a scenario that 20 years from now, some developer and our city can decide how big of a issue.
Stu,
What do they
once it
wanna-
has residential, the city can't get to say no. And that's what's happened since 1992.
Wait, say that again, Jim?
Once it has residential component, the city cannot say no.
Jim, if I could, because it's a long night and we're trying to talk through some of these things to get an understanding where the group lands on these issues. This is how we're having this conversation. I appreciate your passion and your opinions on those things. I would just ask that you let us go through this to have the conversation and then circle back around.
Well, I think we know how the rest of the vote's going to go. We can see the pattern.
Jim, please let the process go. Just, all
So
right.
when we talk about properties, when do we talk about properties that we weren't allowed to consider earlier?
We're going through these first, and then there are others that people had recommended. So I'm trying to see where these numbers are. And then if somebody wants to do trade-offs on the other ones,
Before this in one night, that we had an hour to look at this stuff.
Stop being so disrespectful, talking over women. Just stop. We want to go.
so Lena, where did we lead off on the conversation? Where was the vote?
No, so we have 3 more members left to vote. Member Voicy,
Yes.
Member Waller,
Yes.
Chair Bureau.
Yes.
Yeah.
Then I'll have to count them up real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, 14 yeses. So that one passes as well.
What we're starting to see is that if we're talking about distribution for other areas, some other areas to take on some of the units, that's what some of this is. It doesn't,
Yeah, we're seeing fewer people are in South Redondo, are on this panel from South Redondo.
So disrespectful.
All right, so let's
Redondo, Jim.
Because this process
Hey, you guys, let's not. It's not going to help the situation to fight. I mean, Jim, just
Jim,
let
it's
us go
even.
through this.
Each district's got 5 people in it. I don't know how there's more. I mean, I guess if you just took District 1 and 2, yes, there's 3 northern districts, but that's how the city split up.
Yep, 3's north.
Okay, so
All right,
I
guys,
think we have some folks in 3 that think they're in South Redondo too. So.
let's talk about Kingsdale, because this one was probably the most creative of the bunch. I bet I don't know. We'll see how this one goes. So the idea there was to increase the density. So you guys had designated the area adjacent to the mall as the high density, but that was 28 to the acre. So to be able to get more units there, it would be allowing high density to go 60 to the acre there. And that would get you 350 units.
How is this right now? I mean, our current plan, is it an increased density? Is that the plan as it stands today?
The plan, let me see if I have the, we had some hidden slides, so I got to pull them up for a sec.
Trying to figure out where we're trying to change on the fly after considering it for a year and thinking about it and discussing.
I think the plan is to change it from RM to RH.
Wendy, the current general plan right now in Kingsdale has that as R1.
Correct.
No, what we voted on.
Yeah, what they recommended.
Voted on, that's what I'm trying to pull up right now. Is right now, it was this area. You designated it as RH, but it's.
You're not showing it.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, it stopped sharing. Thank you for letting me know. So you see it now?
No.
Yes.
So this is what it looked like, and it was, this was 20, no, we had it at 30 to the acre. Is that right, you guys? That's what this says.
It's a 28.
No, it was 28.
It was 28. That's why I was like, this is confusing me. So
Yeah.
if you bumped this up to, I guess that's what this one was saying, if you bump this up to 30, you'd get 140 units. So that's just bumping the designation up. It's not changing the location. It's adding those 2 units to the acre. But the challenge that we are having there is that we don't think that even if you bumped it up and got just by those 2 units to the acre, we don't think that site would be, that HCD would say, okay, that counts for your housing requirements, because the incentive to turn it over and consolidate these lots isn't really there to just get to 30 to the acre. Somebody's going to need some higher density to take on that effort.
Why are we voting on it then?
Because we were looking at options for you. So if you're like, we leave it the way it was, that's fine. Then it's everybody says no, and that one's off the table. We were trying to come up with options. So that was one. So that's a no, and you guys don't like that. That's totally fine.
Our group recommended the higher density higher than this.
Yeah, at one point somebody said, why don't we go up to 100 to the acre, because we're near a metro. So this is a reach. This is obviously a bigger reach for you guys. So you could change it and put it here. And then, I'm just trying to look at the numbers because then we, could accommodate some units here and it would be fewer up north where you guys are saying people wouldn't be as receptive. So we're just looking, this is a way to have a conversation about these trade-offs. And obviously there are some other sites that we haven't had a chance to talk about. So if people are kind of like, okay, well, these are kind of good, but then some people bring up a couple of others, then we might be able to drop off some of the ones we brought in. So the vote on this one was whether or not to bump that up to 60 to the acre.
Can we vote?
That was my question. That's where I'd like to go, is to vote on that.
Let's vote.
Okay. Well, is this binding? Are we doing this in the absence of any public input?
These are recommendations from the GPAC. So the public can move forward. So, I mean, any public feedback will come at the planning commission or city council level. This is just our recommendation so the project can move forward.
When we do this kind of stuff, this is new information. So that you guys are the appropriate body to vet this stuff with. So what ends up happening is, as Nick said, he's right. It is a recommendation. And we also have to go out to the community on this stuff. So if you guys, take a first pass and go, okay, this is where, based upon our options and all the things we've been studying for the last 3 years, this was the best of our options. That's kind of where we're at. I mean, you guys have the most information on this. And so then we put it out there. And if the public's like, hey, we don't want it there, then the planning commission and council have to look at the trade-offs of, okay, then what changes?
Wendy, what if we vote on a couple of the items and then some of these bigger locations don't pass and we don't accomplish our RHNA number? At that point, you just submit the package to the council saying these ones are receptive, the other ones are not?
If we go through the ones that are listed here and we can't get there, then we open it up to, we still have some other options that people are saying, why haven't we explored these things yet? I mean, I think there's still some opportunity to get there with maybe some other options that we haven't thought of. I mean, we had to come with a starting point, right? And so then if we still can't get there, then with this one meeting, then, I mean, and Brandy can weigh in on this, but I think at this point we'd have to say this is as far as you guys got. But I heard the sentiment of you guys working together, and that's always been the goal, is to, as tough as these conversations are, come up with some sort of direction. Now, we also know that everybody's not going to 100% agree with all of these things. And so we've always reserved the option for people to say, okay, the dissenting idea was that the group went this way, but there are some strong opinions that this shouldn't be in there because of these reasons. And that's why we were going to take notes on that and move it forward.
Right. Second question, are we having a hard stop time for tonight?
We normally do, but given that this has gone a little bit longer, I think we do have a 10 o'clock hard stop as our normal time. So I mean, we're moving at a pretty good clip, and I think we can keep that. But I think we're almost there. So I think if we go a little bit past, I think everybody's home except for Brandy and Sean. So I think you can bear with us if we go past 10.
So
let's vote.
All right. So we're on to Kingsdale, and the vote is to increase the RH density to 60 to the acre. That would be your yes vote to bump it up. And we all know it's near the metro and that sort of thing. And so a no vote is leave it as it is, maintaining the 28 dwelling units per acre that is already, that's what you guys proposed in that area.
It's near a metro?
Huh?
It's near a metro?
Yeah. Yeah.
A future metro.
The proposed one off 182nd.
A proposed metro.
Assuming it's going to happen.
Yeah, which is a big assumption.
Everything is a big assumption. That's the point.
All right, you guys.
Making everything as generic as possible.
Rob, you knew what my intent was. So you know, the idea is that that's what we've been working with and working forward when we were having all these conversations. So let's go ahead and do the vote. A yes is to increase the density to 60. A no is to leave it where it was.
Okay, Member Bajaj.
Unmute.
Bhuvan?
Yes.
Member Kurzan?
No.
Member Eller?
Yes.
Member Funabashi?
No.
Member Gaddis?
No.
Member Hammond?
Yes.
Member Kilroy?
This one I'll go yes on.
Member Lamb?
No.
Member Light?
No.
Member Ludwig?
Yes.
Member McKenzie?
Yes.
Member Moses?
Yes.
Member Nafisi?
No, no, no.
Member Pinsler?
No.
Member Samaras?
Yes.
Member Sanchez?
No.
Member Simpson?
Yes.
Member Solomon?
No.
Member Stoddard?
Yes.
Member Boise?
It's a tough one. Yes. Yes.
Member Waller?
Yes.
And Chair Bureau?
Yes.
That got the vote.
What was it?
That it's a yes vote. 13. We can look at it. I have 13 to 9.
I don't know why we're going any further. We're just going to advocate for people to vote against this.
Jim, this is the
pretty much.
recommendation of the group based upon deliberations that gets forward to Planning Commission and Council.
No, this is undoing 3 years of work in a couple hours. That's what this is.
Let's go.
And now we're back through why we did what we did.
We're undoing it with a vote at least.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, it's getting split right down where you could have predicted this from the start. Where before there was general consensus and we were mostly all on the same boat. Now we're seeing clear split, and that I think that dooms this whole thing. You're going to have a side advocating against it instead of having both sides advocating for it.
So then, Jim, what is your suggestion on how we would get to a solution? Because the only way we can do this is talk about each area and see, that I'm seeing right now, and how to talk about it and see how people feel. So
I think through it backwards, I would have started with where haven't we talked about that we could add density? And what kind of density would we be willing to add? Instead, we're going through and erasing. We're going back to zoning from 1992. We made some cursory changes from 35 units per acre down to 30. Big deal. It's not a big change. It's the development that's been underperforming in the city since 1992, and we're voting to put it all back. And so I would have gone to the areas we were prohibited from discussing and really looking at, is there some add and can we at least achieve something even if we don't get all the way there? Because I don't think this RHNA number, as we heard from Holly, is going to end up the same. And even if it does, why should we why should we keep taking the brunt as Redondo when guys like El Segundo and Manhattan get so much less? And I'd rather go to court and advise tell the city council that's what we're advocating, because we're full and we're not considering all these impacts. We talk out both sides of our mouth. Oh, it's going to impact schools, but don't care about that because that's not a GPAC concern.
So can I offer this? Am I reading the group right that I'm getting that more of a consensus is that we're trying to come up with solutions and not take a timeout and just say take it to court? I mean, I think that's the charge of the group.
Wendy, if I can,
Absolutely not. Absolutely
Yeah.
not. Well, I want to go to court. Absolutely not.
So, okay, so we're in
Wendy, let me, I want to say something that I think it's key here, is that all of our work is not being erased. And by no point is it being removed from the file. And I think this is to try to move us forward to understand this. And there's an opportunity at the Planning Commission and at the City Council, should the appeal come in that is favorable to the city, to revert a lot of these things back. All of the stuff is there. Nothing is being absolved or deleted. If this goes to the Planning Commission and we have a favorable reduction of units, there's an opportunity from the vote that we have to clearly see where opportunities are to bring them back. It's not, Jim, it's not being deleted.
I disagree. Is this whole package, is our flex unit zoning going to go to the Planning Commission, to the council that we just voted down?
The entire packet is there. The file exists. It's going to go as.
Yeah, they're not going to go back through the whole thing. What's going to be presented? Is it going to be, here's what they did, and then here's what they did when we were forced to take this unrealistic RENA?
Yeah, I think so, Jim. This is something that when SB 330 was passed and when we knew that where the RENA methodology was landing, that we could go back to the city council to bring this back to you to address those issues. And you know, so I don't think it's just something that gets dismissed. I think that has to be part of that, the message of this is what the GPAC.
Unless they get to compare side by side, they had flex unit, they had voted on that, and now they came back with 1992 mixed use zoning.
What I would suggest is why don't you as a GPAC request and vote on us taking, you know, what you're saying, that side by side to the public.
I think I want to.
Guys, come on.
I think we need to say that there's significant dissension down two lines that is not being represented by the majority vote.
You know, Jim, I don't know what happened in 1992. I can only say that during COVID, since last March,
it's just going to get worse.
In my mind.
Okay, you guys, can we keep moving? We have two more things to vote on just to see where we're at, because to Jim, when I asked you, okay, what would you do? We can see where people land on these, because it's like, okay, yes or no. Then let's open it up, because then, you know, people are going, well, can we do an adjusted density here? So instead of this, could we do something else? You guys might not like what these two are at 30% or 45. So you may say no, but I would be a yes if it was a lower density. You know what I mean? So there may be a no the way that we're.
No, what I'm talking about.
I got a quick question in
we're
here on
rolling
the next two.
Zoning from 1992. We did not say how would we alter mixed use zoning for this effort. So all we're doing is we're going back to 1992, and all we're doing is changing the density.
Because you're saying you wanted to have a conversation about how to discuss mixed use.
Please call the vote. Please call the vote.
Let's
Yes.
go.
Everybody, let's call the vote.
Wendy, just to point out where we're at, I know that we've got here the 600 and 1,000. Just so you know, with the three things voted on, we're down to 838 units, not 1,600 units.
So when you say that, you mean we voted on 800, or we have 800 that were?
Oh, I'm sorry, 838 remaining to come up with.
But now, so, I mean, we could do the whole thing if we just did these two. Is that correct?
No, you all you have to do is the 1,000 units you've covered.
Or you could reduce on each of those two.
So how do the way this has been presented is confusing old guys like me. I mean, how do these all tie together? If we approve all of these, you're going to have many more units than are necessary, right?
Can we
Won't we have the ability to have flexibility on where we
John, because it spreads the risk.
Exactly. Flexibility.
Okay, so time out.
All about flexibility.
Sue, can you give me a minute? So Veronica and Brandy, so you guys have been looking at the totals right now. So the question I have, because I was writing on the yes votes what we had for units that were being put back. And I had PCH at 162, PCH at 113, and 350. So I just want to make sure, because I didn't know if you included Artesia in that. So I want to make sure that.
Yeah, it was just those three.
Okay. So
that's 625 units, and we had 1,463 of that very low and low.
And so we had 265 units with all of the ADUs and all of those things, right? So
It's already got that.
Yeah.
So that's how you're getting to the 800. I'm just trying to do the math, because when I'm doing the math of those, it wasn't adding up to. Okay. So at this point, we're trying to solve for 863 units. If we're
838.
38. So maybe, is it a matter of, all right, we can go through these things, but I'm trying to figure out, this is the hard part at the end, because if we, said 400 units in each, is it a yes or a no? Maybe we go for a yes or a no in a residential overlay in each area. And then if you guys are open to residential, then we could talk about how you want to mix the units at the end. So that way, if we say, okay, we're concerned about North Redondo taking on the most units, if it was brought down significantly, and if we split it in half and they both took, 400 units, is that more palatable to everybody? I don't know. So I can take.
I would agree that voting in general, up and down on having residential there, makes sense, and then kind of talking out some of the details. But I would also recommend that we spend a little time listening or giving people a chance to propose other locations as well, if people have other ideas.
So before, we decide on the details of the industrial, so now we're going to do a different yes/no vote on the industrial areas. And it's whether or not residential could be introduced back in there, should be.
Wendy, I think Robin, Rob and Chris had their hands up.
Oh, sorry, okay, go ahead. Rob, then Chris.
Okay, so question is, a resident who lives next to this industrial flex south of Galleria, he's under the impression that already has some residential zoning. Is that not the case right now?
It did. I'm trying to get back. Where's my map? The original designation on it was mixed use. You guys changed it on Galleria to industrial flex, which took out the residential.
All right. Okay. Got it. Okay. Thanks.
So that's why that was a debate, and there are some people that you've got residential here anyway, so that's why we're like, there might be a synergy, and that might be a good spot for it. So then you look at it and go, okay, well, based upon the uses that are here and the ones that are in the industrial area, down the road, you might even say, okay, this 51 acres should have more residential than the north area should. I don't know. So
Can we vote on this separately?
Yeah. So let's take a vote on residential, yes or no, and then we'll come back to the mix.
Can I get that one thing in first?
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, just to get this. So, first of all, we are voting on what we have information on hand right now, what we have in front of us, right? We don't know what the future is going to have. We didn't. Exactly. Right? So that's one thing we got to really think about seriously. So I could buy a 50-50 raffle ticket tomorrow. I'm not going to count the rest of my life on based on what that's going to come out to be, even if my odds were great. The other part I want to say is that, I think we have to distribute this throughout the city as much as we can, but we do have a couple of areas that we have the do not touch zones, right? Waterfront, probably not, but the AES plant and things like that, that we do have the ability to have some of this overflow possibly into that, and we can make that as part of our contingency at the end. Hey, we only got to this point, but we're counting on this to be picked up in there. I think that's fair game. We can't talk about those zones because that's what that's what we've been given our mandate from the city council. So let's work with that, but we can still say, hey, we have a shortcoming to get to these numbers. you have these things that you kept off the table. Maybe we have to reuse some of that in there. That's all.
All right, you guys. Eugene, is it a quick? Yeah, I wanted to get to a vote. Eugene, is it a quick clarification question or?
It is a quick question, a comment and a quick question, please. The quick question is, of the options that we're talking about, and you were mentioning maybe some other areas, will one of those options perhaps being that to ask the council to explore, and I know Brandy we are appealing this and fighting it, but to further explore what our options are to simply, take our chances, for lack of a better way of putting it, with not complying with these things or making the promise of a promise. The second thing is I would ask of everybody not to be in such for lack of a better way of putting it, in a hurry. We have this one meeting to consider these things, and I know we want to put it to a vote. I know that we all have jobs, we're volunteers, families, taking a lot of time here to do all of this. But if we don't have time to do it now, right, when will we have time to do it again? So please ask everyone's indulgence in taking this time, going through this, being respectful to each other, and working through the process. It doesn't help anybody to say, call the vote when there are unanswered questions. It doesn't help anybody's process to interrupt, to scream out, to be unmuted, and to vocalize an objection on every comment. I just want everybody to kindly be respectful of each other and take this time to do it right. I thank you for your time.
Okay. So I think at this point where we landed was taking a vote on whether or not we're changing what the questions were that we had originally set up, and just getting a sense if residential, an overlay could be put in the industrial flex in the North Tech District. So that's the yes or no. Yes is introduce residential. No is do not introduce it. Leave it the way that it is. So let's start with the industrial. Sue, did you have a clarification question, or is?
You're doing the upper one first, right?
Yeah.
Got it.
Why, we're not doing them in order now?
The industrial flex, isn't that on
The
top?
industrial flex, that area that was south of the gallery. Can we just show the map just so that people know what they're voting on?
So we're doing the industrial flex.
Yeah.
Right?
By the Galleria.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is industrial flex by the Galleria. Sue, or can we go ahead and vote? Okay.
I just have a question that I want to clarify. Wherever we say that we want some commercial property to meet mixed use, does that require that the developer has to include some residential? Does it mandate that? Or does it give them the flexibility of including residential if the demand is there for residential? The point I'm trying to get at is that I think that our job is to leave things as open-ended as the future 20 years from now demands, without committing any developer to say, you have to make this much property, this kind of usage versus this kind of usage. The point being that commercial usage is changing. We're seeing that right now. So I really don't know the answer to that. And I don't know if anybody else does or who does on this committee, but I don't want to vote until I understand that answer.
So we're talking about right now, Sue, industrial uses that exist. So you've got industrial flex, which is kind of a mixed use because it allows for commercial and industrial, no residential. So
does it allow for residential as well?
Currently, no. The definition you guys have for industrial flex has no residential in it.
Okay, so if we said that it also includes for residential, does that mandate that the property must be used for residential as well as commercial, as well as industrial.
Brandy, were you gonna say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, what is under the current general plan is a mixed use in this area, does have residential. What has been proposed by the GPAC is to take that out of there and have it be industrial flex.
But so when it is a mixed use, Sue, we don't say what has to go where. It's this range of uses, and you have that flexibility. Okay.
No, but come on, anybody knows that it.
I just want to be heard. I'm sorry, Jim. I'm sorry. I promise I'll shut up.
Well, I want a chance to rebut.
I promise. My whole premise is to leave the future as open to the future as the consumer and the market demands at that time. Done.
So we've heard, we know, Sue, we understand you want maximum flexibility to be able to respond to the market. We got it. We also have heard that, that this Jim's observations that this is going back to the 1992.
Yeah, but it's not just that. It's the fact that we know that developers, when they get the chance, will maximize residential because that's where they make the most money. Your initial data that you presented to this GPAC showed that time and time again. And so this notion that if the developer has the choice, he might not build it is a false hope. And what we've seen in mixed use zoning in Redondo is the commercial gets built to the maximum allowable and the commercial's an afterthought and then it underperforms for decades. And we're seeing it on Seabreeze today or whatever the new one, the residential selling out, nothing underneath.
Brad, then Candace.
Yeah, I just had to unmute. I just want the group to remember, I believe that this property, I think it was Bob Pinsler's idea, was what we came up with. And I think this was something where what we ended up with was like a near unanimous vote. It was we really strongly agreed on the split and the way we did it. And I just want to remind people, try to remember those conversations that we had, because I thought this was a day where we got along really well, people made good points, and we really did agree on having that industrial flex separate from things. So, in my mind, I'm looking at some of the notes from the previous meetings, and it's like tough to change my mind on that one.
Candace?
I just wanted to say in rebuttal to Sue is that this is a rare opportunity for us to be deciding what we get to do with our city. And I don't think it's fair that we're leaving it open to developers to make that choice. And so we're here to make that choice for the residents, and we're all appointed on behalf of city council members to act on behalf of the residents. And we want to do what's right for our community. And so just have that in mind. And I think that's why there's so much pushback about giving so much flexibility to developers, is because, we've seen that developers always go to the max. I don't even think, in the, 8 to 10 years that I've been involved, I've seen any developer present a proposal that's been under the max. And so that's the really important key here as we move forward, is to make sure that residents have the flexibility to say what we want, and that we're not putting all the power into the developers to do whatever they want with the city.
Bob?
If I could speak to this area, one of the concerns I've always had about the Galleria is the change in retail. And what has happened over the last year has made it even more likely that the Galleria will fail. And when we talked originally about this, there was a much different context to this area.
Yep.
I really believe that this area will be a wasteland, which would be filled most likely by residential. And because there is underlying residential that is available there. So that changes the way I feel about what's south of it. And I really believe that this particular area is premature to even speak about until we know what is going to happen with that Galleria area, with the Galleria itself.
Thanks, Bob. Just a note, and we'll go to Bhavan, and then we'll take a vote on how you guys feel about residential in the area. I hear two things going on, and I know it's kind of getting back to, and maybe that's where the feeling is from going back to our preliminary conversations. It's like development versus not. What's going on? I know this is brought about because, our challenge is we have to, for HCD, have to find room for more units. So that in and of itself requires us to have this conversation about where this stuff goes. So I hear that some people don't want it, and I get that. And I hear that we don't want it all in one place, and I get that too. So where we're moving forward is I don't want to get hung up on the conversation about the debate about yes or no, residential or not. We still have to find the room for the residential somehow right now to make residential. So if we can keep on that track, at least to give us recommendations, but knowing that you guys feel strongly that you don't want more, we understand that. Okay, Bhavan?
I think you articulated a lot of what I was going to say. I see Candace's viewpoint and a lot of the people's viewpoints as well as Sue's that, it's a changing landscape. But, I feel like we're also being backed into a corner to vote for like the least of all evils. And so that's driving it. And I wanted to clarify this vote that we're going to do now is not married to the numbers which you've calculated. It's just for the consideration of residential, but not necessarily the numbers. Is that correct?
That's where I was going with it, because I think, there was some conversation about what other places, and I would like to hear what other places people are considering, because there may be some options there. And then you guys go, okay, yeah, residential in this area and not residential in this one. And then, we come up with even a little bit more hybrid of what we have. So just to Brandy's point, we're solving for 800 units now if we keep the actions that you guys have made on the other ones. Now, Matt, did you have a comment? I saw you had your hand up.
I did for a second there. I think you just answered it. The only other thing I was going to say is that you had two choices up before on the other slide. And I thought I heard before Brandy say that we were down to 800 or so units that we still have to fulfill. Is that right?
Yeah, it's
So,
838. Mm-hmm.
So is one way to look at this choice that we have, first the industrial flex and Galleria, and then the North District, is that potentially there's a trade-off there that if people don't feel comfortable about the residential overlay on the Galleria, but that they could vote for the North Tech District and that would meet the number? Is that a potential way of looking at it too?
Yeah. That's what would happen. So if everybody said no on industrial flex, then we still have 800 units to solve for. So the option could be, but this is to Jim's point, does that North Tech District then, just because we're voting on it last, take all those 800 units? Or really, it's like, no, that shouldn't take that many units. We only want 400 there. So then you guys are solving for 400. That's kind of the part two conversation. It's like residential, yes or no, and then how do we massage this? So that's why we wanted to get a read on some of these others to see if there was some massaging room. And because that's what we've been doing this whole time. So we needed your feedback. So Jim and then Nick.
So I just want to.
We're going to vote.
Oh, what?
I thought you said Jim.
Oh, I did.
Yeah. So I just want to clarify. I think you oversimplified the problem, and that's my problem with this. Is I'm not necessarily against increasing units in some areas. What I am against, though, is going back to 1992 zoning and just changing from 35 units to 30 when this specific mixed-use zoning has not worked since 1992. And so I think you oversimplified the problem when you said it. And we're getting an either-or vote instead of we did a lot of work to create new zoning designations, and now we're just saying, because we got this density requirement, now we're going back to 1992 zoning and just doing a simple change to the density.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. I get it. Nick?
I think we should take the acreage of the Nortec, which is 80 plus acres, and then the acreage of the Galleria, and just prorate the number that's left as a baseline to move forward. If we don't get any additional recommendations this evening for other areas, or that number that we're missing be prorated on an acreage basis. So if we have areas that come up as discussion that are viable, that we just use acreage as not try to arbitrarily split it on a unit count, but just by the acreage. That's just the suggestion.
Okay. So Leslie and Rob, are these clarification questions? Because I'd like to move forward on the residential yes or no on that if we can.
It was a quick piggyback. I think the discussion of the areas has to be independent from the numbers because there's not a baseline agreement on the numbers anyhow.
Okay, so yeah, we were going to do a yes or no on residential in the areas and then come back to the numbers if we need to. Okay. Rob?
Yeah, I think we shouldn't change the nature of the vote now that we've already, we're already neck deep in it now. If we're going to vote thumbs up or thumbs down on residential, let's just do it.
Okay. All right. So let's get to it. Industrial flex. So that's the area south of the Galleria. Should it have residential? So we're not voting on what's on here. The density is a percentage. It just should it have residential? Yes or no?
Member Bajaj.
Yes.
Member Kruzan.
No.
Member Eller.
Yes.
Member Funabashi.
Yes.
Member Gaddis.
No.
Member Hammond. Jim, are you there? No. I'm sorry, what was that?
Yes.
Member Kilroy.
Yes.
Member Lamb.
No.
Member Light.
No.
Member Ludwig. Sue. I'll come back to her. Member McKenzie.
Yes.
Member Moses.
Yes.
Member Nafisi.
No.
Member Pinsler.
No.
Member Samaras.
Yes.
Member Sanchez.
Yes.
Member Simpson.
I was for it the first time around, so it's a yes this time.
Member Salman.
No.
Member Stoddard.
Yes.
Member Voicy.
Yes.
Member Waller.
No.
Member Ludwig.
Yes.
And Chair Bureau.
Yes.
Okay, so it's a yes or no?
Does this include that area we discussed that's up for, that wasn't examined or not?
Good question. I think at this point, because those are developed, I'm trying to get, where did I go?
Well, I mean, it's all developed, right?
That, if you're talking about this right here, or
Yeah,
you're
this-
talking about this.
Yeah, that one, right there, right there.
Even the shopping centers. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, everything's developed, we've been talking about, so.
Yeah, except these were developed, yeah, there's criteria. These were so recent that they're unlikely to turn over in the 8-year period, so we wouldn't.
Right, but that's a small portion of the additional area we're talking about.
Yeah, so if we were, you're saying, the one vote is to expand it this, so we have more acreage.
Yep.
I would say include the corner of Inglewood and Manhattan Beach also.
Yeah, I don't know why that would be excluded.
I can support that too.
If the group is okay with it, so it's not going to be 87 acres anymore. It's the whole, this square right here.
Probably 100 acres.
So then so should residential go anywhere in this entire square? That's what we're talking about now? Let's take a vote on that.
Okay. Member Bajaj.
Yes.
Member Curzan.
No.
Member Eller? Howard? Okay, Member Funabashi?
No.
Member Gaddis?
Howard's here. Howard's no.
Okay, thank you. Member Hammond?
Yes.
Member Kilroy?
Yes.
Member Lamb?
No.
Member Light?
Yes.
Member Ludwig?
Yes.
Member McKenzie?
I can't believe I'm agreeing with Jim. Yes.
Member Moses?
Yes.
Member Nafisi?
Yes.
Member Pinsler?
Yes.
Member Samaras?
Yes.
Member Sanchez?
Yes.
Member Simpson?
Yes.
Member Solomon?
No.
Member Stoddard?
Yes.
Member Voicy?
Yes.
Member Waller? Brad?
Yes.
And Chair Bureau?
Yes.
All right. So everybody says we can explore residential. Well, not everybody. The group majority says residential in both areas. So if now, so we'll come back to how many units, because again, we're looking at 800 units. But I see a couple hands up. Craig's had it up for a while, and Matt, but where I would like to go is after we take comments from them is that if people have other areas we should consider to get to those 800 units. Craig?
Actually, my question or comment would have preceded the last vote, only to point out that adding that extra triangle that is the shopping center now increases the 30%. That, anyway.
Yeah, well, we were just voting on residential, yes or no. So we didn't get the actual percentage, so that could be totally different.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, Matt, and then Chair, I'll let you make a comment on how we're moving forward.
Yeah, so my comment, first of all, is with regards to the area we just voted on. When that was up for discussion previously, I felt that one of the reasons why we voted no was our concern over SB 50, and that if we allowed any residential in there, it would potentially get blown up to the sky's the limit. That seems to be almost a moot point now with the other new state laws that have come in. One of the reasons why I've kind of changed my vote on it. However, having said that, I still would prefer on these industrial areas that we go a higher number of units, put a height limit on it. It's going to, the only way they'll be able to max out the number of units per acre will be to keep them small and hopefully at that point keep them more affordable. I mean, that would be my way to force developers to produce affordable units. And yes, Sue, I see you shaking your head, but here's the deal, and I agree with Candace on this. We have got, that's the whole purpose of zoning. Otherwise, if you want to leave it wide open for anything that might happen in the future, let's not have any zoning at all. Let's just make everybody be able to build whatever they want, any place they want, and why are we even here? So anyway, my recommendation would be a higher number of units per acre and put a height limit on it and reduce the percentage. So maybe instead of 30%, you go 15% at 90 units an acre. Anyway, those are my only 2 cents on that. The only other thing with regards to new areas, I'm not joking about the Pacific Crest Cemetery being rezoned. I think despite what Jim said, that the mixed use has not been successful in Redondo Beach, I'd argue it's been tremendously successful. We put mixed use in there with the knowledge that it wasn't going to get built. Nobody wanted it to get built. And for the most part, it hasn't been built. And so we achieved our RHNA numbers without having actually produced the units. That's the ideal thing. That's what I would like to achieve here. I would like to rezone some property that we convince the state has the potential to be rebuilt or
the potential to get whatever developed, but in reality, ain't gonna ever happen. The cemetery's perfect. Wiley Sump is perfect. The other place I would actually suggest is City Hall. What a great public-private partnership. We need a new City Hall built anyway. So zone it residential in addition to city use, whatever that zoning is, I can't remember. Anyway, you get a developer who builds us a new City Hall in the first and second floors and let the third and fourth floor be residential. I don't know, just an idea, a way to get something done on the cheap without spending city money. So the rest of you, good luck, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, and I will stick around to listen to what the rest of you have to say.
All right, Nick.
Thank you, Matt, for that. I agree with City Hall, and I think City Hall is a great opportunity. I'm sure Paul Samaras could let us know a little bit of what else Linda is doing, but I believe they've gone out for an RFP to do the entire civic block to do a redevelopment there. I don't know how much of it would be residential, but there's a huge opportunity there. City Hall doesn't have to stay where it's at. I mean, it can go by the harbor. It can go where the power plant is, and then you have that entire civic center there. But just from our meeting standpoint, we've exceeded our time, but I want to see, I think everybody's going to want to share. So if Wendy and staff are okay with taking us to 10:30, Lena, I wanted to ask, is there anybody in the public standing by to speak? Because we can gain those 15 minutes. So if the GPAC's okay to go to 10:30, and we can get some more feedback on places where ideas are so we can consider those. But I'll throw my hat in with that City Hall is an absolute opportunity, and as well as some of the places that we have not considered of what's going to be where the power plant is, and if there's anything there. So I don't know how we approach that from a unit standpoint.
So Brandy and you, I mean, number one, Lena, do we have any public folks?
No, we don't. No additional folks.
Okay. And so then can we continue forward then, everyone, till 10:30? I think we need to.
Yes.
Okay. So Rob and Eugene, you have
Yeah.
areas?
Hi, I have a question. Is Matt correct? We could zone something like the cemetery as
The cemetery is a tough one. When I was in Huntington Beach, the cemetery came into the planning department. There's a whole process in vacating a cemetery, and there's state laws around that too that are pretty stringent. So, Veronica can weigh in. I mean, I think the hard part is that, I would like to, hear how we're doing from Veronica and Brandy, just, thoughts on the whole goal right now is to hear these other areas from you guys. So I don't want to get, too far down into the weeds of how we're doing the housing element, but we have to make sure, like the cemetery probably is not going away in 8 years. So that's not going to help us on the RENA.
okay.
We have to find things that are realistic that we will see turn over. So, I mean, yeah, that would be a spot, but that's HCD is not going to go for it.
When they say the rezoning, they'll definitely turn over.
Thank you for that levity. Eugene?
Thanks. So I wanted to just see if there would be a consideration, or Veronica, Sean, and Brandy, anybody, of what can be done with Beach Cities Health District. There's a vacant lot over there. There's that huge parking lot. There's the idea of it already being reformatted. So please let us know if that can be considered. And then the area off of 190th where the trailer park is, adjacent to Marianne, backing up against the neighborhood there where Lilienthal and Ralston are. There's that corridor of some light industrial. It's been there for a long time. When we first started our discussions, Aaron Jones pushed back a little bit on that area, and we never really got to talk about it. But when you talk about low-income housing, that really is the version of our low-income housing right now in Redondo. And expanding that out towards that small industrial corridor and into the neighborhood back there, if that can be a consideration or not, I'd ask the experts on it. Thank you.
Randy or Veronica, do you want to weigh in on that now, or do you we'll just want to get the list? We'll get the list of areas.
Well, I think we should just get the list because we don't actually have the information on the specific properties to calculate anything. But I think if we can get your suggestions as the locations and what type of density you're willing to consider, then that can be brought before the city council and say these are also the recommendations, and then they can balance things out at the end. So
Okay, thanks, Veronica. Okay, Paul and Brad.
If we're going to expand our mandate and discuss that, any discussion of AES should include the Edison right away.
Sean, I think Sean and I actually talked about AES today. Yeah, is that something that we can consider at this point?
I mean, no, we're still in the same, place that we were when the council's got a task force working on that separately. So that's not something we can really get into.
Can I chime in just on the right of way for a sec? There's no way to build on the right of way, so you can basically hang that up.
All right, Brad.
I was going to say the same thing Paul was asking about. It's not that we would build on the right of way as it is now. It's that since you're looking 8 years in the future, we might be able to argue that with the EIFD and everything else, SCE burying their lines, there is potential for that right of way to become something other than power line, and
There's way more under there than power.
But if the zoning was changed, there may be potential for that area if the zoning was changed.
There's gas lines, oil lines, there's all sorts of things under that property.
Fiber optic, you can't sink a shovel in there.
Yeah, I think, more to the point of.
Gas lines to a power plant that is going to close.
No, it's gas lines that have nothing to do with the power plant.
Right.
You guys make Randy chime in for a minute? She's got some info.
I think to the point of the 8 years, if the power plant, aside from the high pressure gas mains that are there, and having to deal with that not going away, I think the bigger issue is the extension of time for operating the power plant. There has been a study about having the removal of those transmission lines, but that's the time frame of negotiating and getting through that. I just don't see that being in an 8-year time frame. But
The gas lines, we can call it urban renewal.
in 8 years, we're going to probably see our 7th cycle RENA number, and something to think about then.
You guys need to save some space for. We're squeezing out everything we can this round, right? Okay. Are there other areas we haven't talked about that you guys have been thinking about? I mean, Jim, you said you had some.
Yeah, but we already met the number, so I don't know why we'd add even more. Just sounds.
Well,
at densities of them tonight.
We haven't officially met the number because we just voted whether or not residential people would be open to residential in both of those areas, and they were. So
When with the density we did on all the other ones.
well, we were going to come back to it dependent upon the conversations we had on other sites. So some other sites might be
So
more.
we locked in some, and we're just balancing off of one.
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding your question, what you're saying.
Well, we locked in on all the South Redondo sites, but the two up in North Redondo, we're gonna adjust based on what else we can put in elsewhere.
Or we can adjust the ones in South Redondo, but I think the sentiment was this is what I was getting from the group, and if it's wrong, that's okay. Is that, that was some of the balance between the two. So the conversation originally when we started was don't put it all in North Redondo. So then there was a vote, I'm watching the vote, and there's some of the changes. So some of it is accommodated in South Redondo now. And so then people said, sure, there can be residential up north. So I think that's what we're just trying to thread the needle on. It's like, okay, well, what I'm starting to see is a balance, which is what you guys were asking for or leaning towards. So that one area didn't take the brunt of it. And now we're trying to see what those little pieces are. So how much does the North Tech District take? How much does
Yeah, look, we know there's going to be residential at AES Redondo, but we're not allowed to talk that. There's other properties along there, but I don't want to add more property that we can put residential on when we've just gutted the whole, 2 years we've been working on this and going back to 1992 zoning. So, I'm not going to.
I wanted to, there were other areas, so I wanted to make sure you had an opportunity to contribute that to the conversation if you had them.
I think that's fair, and these are really great suggestions. I think taking those to city council, even though that's not your charge to look at those sites, but for them to recognize here would be some alternatives to reduce some of those densities. Would it be beneficial, and I'm just going to throw it out there, to vote on having the remaining 838 be split between those two, proportionally split between those two? It's just something to put out there.
I still think
we've only been allowed to vote on
these discussions are too limited to what's happening now versus what our agenda was supposed to be in looking to the future 20 years from now. And if we're supposed to do that, you have to free up what's going to happen and what's needed 20 years from now, instead of basing it on what you think is important to Redondo today and what you think Redondo needs 20 years from now, instead of allowing the market, the community, the city council, the developers to decide and giving them the leeway to make it right for our community 20 years from now. We are not planning next month or next year. And I think we're missing that spot and getting too specific about too small of issues about density.
So what I've heard now are a few ideas, and we haven't really talked about them. For instance, the conversation about City Hall, we heard that was an opportunity. I think that Veronica confirmed this, but I mean, I don't know that transition would happen in 8 years. So I don't know that we could really use that. You guys could talk about it, but it wouldn't meet what we need to for RENA. So
yeah, I think City Hall would be a little bit more difficult. I'm not sure how, where that's going. From what I'm hearing, the trailer park seems to be an opportunity area to get it into a higher density and build it with better housing. The health district could be a potential, but I don't know again what's this the existing conditions about properties and how large that district is. But a lot of communities do allow housing in the health districts or medical districts because it, particularly you can even incentivize senior housing, just as some of you mentioned before, that's a need in the community. You can incentivize senior housing. You allow housing, but you incentivize senior housing, then it's appropriate in the health district. So those three, I think the trailer park and the health district would be, reasonable options.
are there others that we didn't? Well, I saw that Leslie, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I want to talk and I don't want to talk, I guess. We've only been allowed to vote on things that you guys put together, and they were kind of the easy things, not to slam on you guys, they were the kind of the easy things to pull out large numbers. And I totally get why that would be the approach. I think there's probably a lot of ideas of smaller areas, like have just been mentioned. I don't think you guys are going to give us time to vote on those. So I guess I just want the recommendation to City Council to be that, you know, there was a lot of talk about not wanting to change anything from our previous advice, and that we were only allowed to vote on the ones that, you know, you placed before us. And so we would just ask for pushback to the state and kind of creative thinking on things that we absolutely will end up needing to do.
If I may just give a little bit of a background, I was actually I worked on the housing element of the Forsyth Code for the city of Irvine, which was given a RENA of 34,000 units, and the city of Irvine sued the state, sued HCD, sued SCAG, and the lawsuit went nowhere. Essentially, the court decided that that's not a matter that they have jurisdiction over. So the lawsuit went on for at least 2 years, but it didn't even get to a hearing. No court would hear it. And that's why it's essentially the opinions of attorneys regarding this RENA suing the state that is not going to happen because of what happened to city of Irvine.
Jim, I saw you doing this. Is this you raising your hand?
I am.
Okay, and Paul, we'll get to you.
Listen, I know there were a couple, there were actually quite a number of good suggestions that people had during this meeting, and I thought Eugene's, we brought up the fact that the Beach Cities Health District are rebuilding. They'll have 400 units, and kind of left it open-ended of whether or not the units have kitchens or not, whether they qualify, and it would be nice if somebody would take the action to find that out. I mean, if it did qualify, well, then it obviously released some of the pressure. Also, there were a couple things that I know somebody brought up some churches, and I know the attendance been falling over the decades. I think maybe might be some areas that could be freed up on the church property, especially for slow or low income property. Third, I was reading a study today by UC Davis, and they were doing a study on pre and post COVID-19, and you know how much our world has changed in the last 8 or 9 months, and what will happen. You know, in another 8 or 9 months, it might be entirely different. Are we going to see the world go back to the way it was? Are we going to see the people continue to work at home? You know, are we going to see less traffic? You know, all those items seem to be discussed in this this study, and it might be interesting to take a look at that. Maybe give us a window into the future that might help us make some of these decisions. Anyway, that's all I had.
Okay, just a timekeeping thing. It's 10:27, so I'd like to hear from Paul and Paul, and then I have a thought about maybe a way that we can move forward that I'd like to present to the group on these last decisions, depending on what we hear. Paul, Moses?
This is a long shot, but I think there's the potential on the federal building that's on the North Aviation at the very edge of the city. I don't know if we even discussed that plot, but that building's been vacant for decades, quite a long time, I should say.
It's not in Redondo, that's why.
We can still use it.
That's awful.
Let's put it somewhere else, right?
It's in Hawthorne, and it's been designated historical, and it cannot be converted to residential for the city of Hawthorne. Sorry, Paul.
I'm not sure we could annex that in 8 years' time.
We could try.
Paul Samus.
Oh, I was gonna ask if that site across the street from City Hall, the McDonald's site, I think it used to be mixed use, and we removed that zoning from it. And I don't know if in one of our votes earlier we reverted that to mixed use or not.
Holly, can you be pulling that up while we're talking?
If we didn't, you know, that could be a location where we can add some units, and it doesn't have to be the bare minimum 30, it could be higher.
So we'll try to find the map so you can see the context of what's around it, or at least just pull it up and we can move around. While she's doing that,
should I share my screen?
Yeah, I'll stop sharing so you can pull it up.
Wendy, while she's looking, I had a question for Eugene, just to clarify. What did you had mentioned, was it the industrial area on 190th and Meyer Lane? Is that one of the other locations?
Mary Ann. So you've got as you move from west to east, you've got the trailer park, and then
Right.
you've got Hank's Pizza and a small retail strip, and you've got Mary Ann, which runs back into the neighborhood there, and it's got a number of different light industrial buildings, like Porter's alignment and some automotive back through there.
I see.
It's just really that one street, a block and a half, backing up into all the residential right there.
Okay.
There's not really a lot of industrial there, but it's a pretty good sized parcel if you wanted to open up from the trailer park and create one large space there for low-income housing. And like Matt Kilroy mentioned earlier, you could really boost the density there.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, it looks like it goes all the way through to Fisk Lane.
Right, yeah. And that neighborhood back in through there, it's adjacent to Parkette, adjacent to the 190th Street as far as access is concerned for transit, for mass transit, bus stops, and other utility that the Marina might like or the state may like as far as building out access.
All right, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean.
So what I'm hearing, and this is a new addition that maybe we can add to that, is thinking that maybe if the group is open to it, we were looking at some proportional distribution of residential in the two industrial areas. But I was thinking that if the direction from the group was, okay, first take a look at beach cities and see what we can count, because we don't know how much that is. And then maybe if you guys are looking at that site, we had McDonald's in this last site we were talking about with Eugene. I don't know what the turnover of a McDonald's is. You know, those are, that's probably been there for years, and I don't know, who knows what that is. So I don't know if Veronica, that would even be.
Well, I'll just say they just invested in expanding their drive-through area and doing improvements.
Okay.
The market.
If the state gets into that level of detail on the reasonableness of our picks?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think that would be an issue, but hey, I have actually the other question. City Hall has a lot of open space. Even without removing the City Hall, is there a possibility to put housing there?
There isn't that much open space.
Yeah,
It's the same size as the parking lot across, almost the same size as the parking lot across like McDonald's.
That's not even an acre.
Yeah, in the back, you've got all the parking for the police department and their resources.
Yeah.
And then in the front, you have the access to the parking garage and the civic center itself. Really, the only available open space would be the parking lot that the staff uses on the northwest corner.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
There, Veronica. It has to come down.
Just trying.
Yeah, no, we're all trying. So I think, okay, what I'm hearing is we rule out McDonald's. City Hall at this point is maybe for our next round of, general plan update. So the thought was that if we look at Beach Cities Health District, see if we can find some units there. I don't know how people felt about that last site that Eugene just brought up, because there might be some units we could find there. And then bring
We're
that.
not actually sure the Beach Cities Health District is going to go.
Well, I think that's where we would look into it, see what it is, and Veronica would have to make the call as to whether or not we could count it. So if it doesn't go,
Doesn't matter. I think a question of whether it's actually going to be built or not.
Well, if not this project, it could be other project in 8 years. I'm not saying that this project would be approved or not approved. Let's assuming that it didn't get approved. But if you allow housing there, would there be an opportunity in the future?
There's an old phrase about the Soviet Union that I'll pretend to work and you'll pretend to pay me.
All right, you guys, we don't want to deteriorate. We're so close. And Brad, I see you have a question, but I think, let me finish my thought. The thought was originally if we could use units from beach cities and then take a look at the spot that Eugene just brought up, see if we can find units in either of those places if they're viable. So we'll look at all of the requirements. If so, we'll reduce the 836. Is that what we had left? By those many units and do those two areas and then proportionally split the rest between the industrial flex and the industrial general.
No.
No? But maybe. You're so funny. So the suggestion I was to satisfy the last, Hallie, can you turn off the share now? To satisfy the last 863 units that we were solving for was to
838.
Sorry, it's 838. 838 to at whether or not it's a possibility to count any units at Beach Cities Health District, and then subtract that by there if we can.
But even if that facility is built with 400 units and we can count all of them, if they're not affordable, then they're not affordable.
Right,
so we can only place it in whatever
affordable.
income.
If the potential to be affordable, right?
No, well, a project is different. Like if you have a site, there is a potential for affordable housing to come in. But if you have a project, then you have to base it on what the developer is proposing in terms of pricing.
The state of California has funding or programs rather that will that allow for or call for low income and affordable housing at assisted living locations if it's this project. And that could help with other funding. It might help meet a number. It is possible that all of them won't be market rate. It is possible that some of them can be affordable if they meet the state criteria for a living unit.
Right. Well, I have to take a look at that too.
I think that's the biggest thing that we need to look at to see if those even meet the criteria.
So if they did, then we could maybe use some of those.
Well, we'll have to see whether there is actually funding to go with the project. So you can't just say that, well, we'll build a unit. We think maybe there'll be funding could come in to make it affordable. So we'll have to look at this, how it works. So I cannot guarantee you that we will be able to count one, all of them, or any of them. Two, if we do count them, what income distribution we can count it in.
We don't know unless we ask.
Right.
Right. So that's what we're saying, Veronica, is at this point, I'm trying to figure out what things we're looking at. So we'll look at that to see if we can count any and at what income levels. And if we can, then we will subtract that out from the 838. So then there was that opportunity that Eugene talked about. It's a small area. I don't know what density we would put that at. I don't know, if it would help to, Hallie, could you bring that one up again, that little area, so we could see what's around, so that maybe we could get group consensus on, something similar. It's like, okay, they'd be okay with it matching what's adjacent. So then if we could find units there, we'd subtract those out. And then whatever is left, we would proportionally split between the two industrial areas. If you can't count any in the Beach Cities district, or this site doesn't work, then we don't count any of those, and it's still proportionally split between the industrial areas. That's what I was looking at. So if we're looking at this site, that one that Hallie has the arrow on, what is that? What's the use next to it? What's the density there, Hallie? It's small. I can't. Can you just say it?
Medium
high.
Medium high. I'm like, I'm blind. I can't read.
23.3.
So that's what's existing, or that's the density range on it?
Option A.
That's the density range on it, up to 23.3.
So then the question is, we're looking for 30. So that's not, we couldn't make it the same. Would you guys be open to allowing that area? And I don't know if the front is commercial.
It's commercial. Yeah. That
So,
front is
okay.
commercial.
Are we going to revisit all these numbers so that we'd see where we actually ended up?
That's what I'm trying to do right now. I'm trying to map it all out so that we can work through at the end and you guys will go, okay, this is what we agreed to. So the thought was that in this area, you would maybe 30 to the acre. I don't know if that would even get us anything, Veronica.
Frankly, I don't agree. I think we've been all over the place on this. And that someone has to take each section, put what the number is, present it to us, and we'll figure that out.
Well, I don't know that we can do the numbers on the Beach Cities one and this one tonight. So that's
I know that.
Well, so
So at some point, you're going to have to come back to us and say, these are the numbers that came from that.
well, we don't.
Other areas, to summarize the other areas.
Yeah, that's something that staff is going to have to work on. So we can add those as options and then have them give direction to distribute those. But we're not going to have another meeting to look at what the unit count was to then do a vote on what we can resolve this evening. So I think the idea is to identify these other sites, and then when Veronica does the analysis, there's going to be a true up on those numbers, and it'll be prorated in that acreage.
Right.
Quick question. Do these numbers include the 20% increase that the guidance was, that we should be 20% over our arena numbers, or are these just the arena numbers?
It's the 20%. And so we did get a question, Veronica, about like, well, what if we decide we want to vote and we just don't want to do the 20%?
I think you're not going to get a certified housing element. If your arena is just one unit above the arena, your site capacity, you're going to have a very tough time with HCD. That's the bottom line about it. And you will immediately after you adopt the housing element, you will immediately, once you approve one project, you will immediately go out of violation of state.
I can live with that.
As I always say, I can write a non-conforming housing element in my sleep, but it's making a legal document that is difficult.
Okay, Jim and Brad, and then I'd like to circle back around on this conversation about giving us direction moving forward. Jim?
Yeah, so if we're going to revert back to 1992 zoning, can we at least look at fixing some of it before? Because I don't necessarily disagree with the densities going from 28 to 30, but some of those elements in mixed use are killers from whether it's going to be a viable project from a commercial perspective.
Yeah. What do you mean by that?
Well, like right now, anything above the first floor has to be commercial. I mean, it has to be residential. And only 30% of the project, I think it's 30%, has to be commercial. And we could look at adjusting some of that to ensure that there's meaningful commercial that has a potential to work instead of what's been broken since 1992. And Matt, I'm not talking about the units that didn't get built. I'm talking about the ones that did get built and have never produced from the commercial perspective. They've been a drain on the city.
Sean, correct me if I'm wrong. The city's mixed-use zoning permits standalone commercial. But if you do want housing, you need to put it on top of commercial. Is that correct?
But only the first floor can be commercial.
There was the mixed use on Artesia was the only location where we allowed, if you had the entire block, you could go commercial. Or it had that little bit different dynamic, but everything else has to have a mix, and then the residential has to be on top.
Okay.
But it specified that anything over the first floor had to be residential. And
Right,
that's
and to your point, Jim, I mean, when we get into the land use policy discussions, we can hone in on, where we still have mixed use and and look at some fixing, if you will.
Okay, now, I'm the bearer of bad news, and so don't kill me. Unfortunately, I am not on site, so. State law says that if you're gonna use mixed use for your RHNA, for your low income RHNA, you cannot require more than 50% of the square footage to be commercial.
Did you say 50 or 15?
50, half.
That's much more than we do.
Yeah, we have 30% today.
Right, and so.
And again, it's only allowed on the first floor. Everything above the first floor has to be residential.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not, Jim, and what I am hearing, is it a matter of placement? So when we've got the areas that we're showing mixed use, you're okay with those, but it's just now we've got to make sure that if we're allowing mixed use, that we revisit some of the ways that those have been implemented and fixing that.
We went to a lot of trouble to rewrite what flex use is and some of the other things we came up with, and we specifically stayed away from mixed use because it has failed as implemented today. And so, if we're going to roll over and up the density, which I'm, going from 28 to 30, I'm not necessarily that opposed to. What I'm opposed to is the stuff that hasn't worked.
We went from 28 to 30 only for the residential, for the RH, not on the mixed use.
I thought when we were going up and down PCH, we were saying 28 to 30, but regardless.
That's only the RH. That's only the RH.
Oh, no, we went from 35 to 30 on mixed use.
Originally, your original mixed use, what you reduced it was at 35, and you guys.
Yeah, I'd like to at least consider fixing the stuff that was broke. That we, when we replaced it with flex commercial and stuff like that, we intentionally addressed.
So how do you recommend fixing it? Because
I think Sean's suggestion is a good one, that when you're talking about the goals and policies, that's where you can get into, your concern, Jim, I think is a really valid one. And like, that's where you can say, we want to see it where instead of it being only on the first floor, or, like what can the percentage be as long as it doesn't exceed 50%.
Have to be done.
I think that would be an interesting
meetings.
Place to put that.
Why, is there some deadline looming?
Hey guys, can you make sure
There is?
you're not talking? Thank you. All right, Brad's been waiting to make a comment.
Hear you?
I guess part of my question is because we're honestly, I don't think we're going to have time to get everything done that we're trying to do, and we're having all these split votes. Ultimately, isn't it the city council that has to make this call? So like, the whole decision of, hey, let's just go, sue the state and do all that. That's the city council's call, not ours. So aren't we sending the message that we're split between, these options, and planning city council, you guys make that hard call and decide, are you going to go risk the ire of the state, or are you going to go off and make these things? So if that's true, then don't we pretty much just have to sort of give them a few options and say, we got option A, option B, we're split down the middle. You guys figure out whether you want to put residential at Kingsdale, whether you want to work with Beach City's health district and see if they're going to be a good neighbor and work with us on that. The Marianne properties. I really liked those Marianne industrial properties. I've always thought that was a great little piece of Redondo, but if that's where we need to go to get our residential, well, maybe that's what has to get done. But
well, Brad, we went through, may I offer that we did go through and vote on some of the areas, the PCHs and Kingsdale, that sort of thing.
I remember voting on the Marianne and arguing that, no, we need to keep that industrial. I remember that. But I'm saying we're having all these votes here, and most of them have been 14-13 or something. So we can't go to city council and say, well, the GPAC decided X, because we really didn't. It was a split vote. And isn't it up to the city council then to really make that final decision? We're giving them a recommendation. Correct?
Yes, and that's
GPAC, I believe in GPAC. and I believe in GPAC's mission to look 20 years forward. And with that in mind, you cannot mandate what you want the future to look like, because we're not magicians. We're not going to dictate what the future needs. Our objective in looking 20 years forward is to make it as generic and open as the market mandates and needs.
Okay, so Sue, we've got, what I want to focus on, because we're pushing 11 o'clock, is that we need to talk about, we've got points down, and we've got to talk about the new things. So to address what Brad was saying, Brad, I think in the current votes that we took, just so that we could get a read, like what is the GPAC's feel on this? But one that was like obviously split was Artesia, but the others, were, 4 votes up, 5 votes up. They weren't quite as close. So to me, I don't know that we need to go through all of that, but there was a much more of a disparity on those, that it's clear which one came out on top. So to me, I think, if you're talking about, let them decide. I think we could sit there and say, okay, the group decided, we can each one, remember how we went through your votes on each one last time? We could go back through and say, look, we didn't want to do any of these changes, but so here's what we came out with. So we had to shift back now. And so, or this is what we said, here's how we're going to deal with Kingsdale, because that's a new thing. I think we can offer some new solutions, and that is your recommendation, but say, look, Artesia, we are completely split. So if you wanted to come back and that's a place, and I know the council has had some discussions back and forth on that as well. So I think we can, I think we're that close where it was like we had the votes, we can outline. So somebody had asked how we go back through, and just kind of tally like exactly where we are. So we could put that up and go, look, we have 265 from our ADUs and some of these other things, and I can list the numbers and we can add the totals. And then we go back and say, all right, we're going to look at that Beach Cities and the Fisk Lane area, see if we can get a few more units out of there, and then go and do proportional split between the industrial things, and then have a commitment to Jim's comment that we're going to look at that mixed use that's not working and the things that are holding it up from being a productive use, and fix that in the policies. I think, the group has decided that like the doing nothing option was not where you wanted to go. So I would suggest that we kind of outline those things, walk through that, and that's the closest we've gotten to a group direction. So is that, I can't make a motion, but is that, would that be an option that somebody would consider, you guys would consider?
Yes.
I would make that motion that that be our recommendation, or my motion would be that we do what you just suggested, but you should frame it more precisely than I just
Okay,
did.
so let's do this. I don't know if Veronica or Holly, probably Veronica, I don't know if you could sit there and go, here's the units we needed to get to. So just so everybody's clear, we're sticking with the 20% because we need to get an adopted housing element. But so if we're working back.
I'm sorry, how did we all of a sudden jump to, we're doing 20%?
That was a presumption, an assumption from the beginning.
Well, we
But it was guidance, not even a requirement. What?
But so I brought that up because you had asked about it, and Veronica said that it's unlikely that you would get an adopted element unless you have the extra capacity.
Certified element by HCD.
Yeah, especially because you are not having a lot of areas that housing is permitted. You're basically assuming or using a lot of areas that is mixed use, whether it's mixed use on top of it or it's industrial versus like residential allowed in mixed use area. So it's difficult to do that type of it's HCD discounts that type of uses. They love what they love most, which we don't have, is by right multifamily housing zoning, but we don't have that.
So, okay, let's do this. My thought would be to, if we can pull up an Excel sheet and go at our 2771. So that's where we were starting. That's the number. I can go back here. Let's see. I'll just go to the.
We're gonna wrap this up soon because I got a 5 a.m. meeting.
Yep, that's what I'm trying to do. So if we take all of these, we have our 1728. Sorry, because that's what we need for our 20%. If we do the math, I don't know. Veronica, can you pull up an Excel sheet and do this? 17?
Yeah, like if you.
I mean, isn't all we need to say is that the difference between the sum of the ones that we got by spreading it out through the city gets split up evenly between the two industrial districts, the two large sites up in the north industrial district and the Galleria, south of the Galleria? I mean,
yeah, if you guys, there was a request to see all the numbers. So if you guys are comfortable going, I can articulate it very clearly that, okay, we're going to use, so this is how I'm going to say it. We're going to use it was like 265, the number that this was for how we did ADUs and all of these assumptions, with the exception of we changed Kingsdale. So here's what we'll do. It's the PCH mixed use we put back at 162 units. PCH we did I didn't write what was the second recommendation?
PCH South
is yes that keep the RH at the 113.
Right.
So we put that up to 30, so you have 162, 113. Then we talked about Kingsdale, which was
50 units to the acre to 350.
So that one is 350 units at 60 to the acre. And then exactly the summary that you guys talked about. We will look for the units at beach cities, count what we can there. And then we decided not to do Fisk, right? So then we would take beach cities, take what we can there, and then split it proportionally between the two, acreage-wise, between the two industrial areas. But I guess my question is, it's the industrial area expanded to the full square,
Yes.
correct?
Yes. the whole
So that would be the action. Whatever is left after beach cities, we can reduce that. If not, then we will just distribute it proportionally between the industrial areas, acreage wise.
So Wendy, you can just declare victory, I think.
I thought we were going to look at a realistic number for ADUs too.
Do you want us to look at into that a little bit more, see if we can eke out a few?
Yeah.
I would think we'd be able to get a couple hundred ADUs.
I think that's fair. We'll revisit that, Jim.
Well, we are right now have like 160 units of ADU, but you can't automatically count ADUs as low income, unfortunately. So we did a little bit of, based on the city's rent survey, that's how we proportioned it. So if we inflate the numbers, it's not going to give us a significant number of low income.
Agreed, but I think it's worth
exploring. Yeah. So we will look into that and get credit for whatever we can there. So do we need to say it again, or was that enough? Because we have it recorded.
No, that was enough. But I think that ADU number could easily double and slide by. So.
And you dropped Marianne on 190th? Is that what you said, Wendy?
What?
You dropped Marianne, the industrial area on 190th?
I thought that one we had said was not going to work.
Okay.
Or did we say it was?
No, we dropped it.
Okay. Why were we dropping that?
I thought we liked it. I didn't like it, but I thought the group liked it. I'm totally honest.
And then I think we have to have a minimum of 30 to the acre on that, and then
Yeah, the site's too small.
so maybe it's one we just look at and see if it's what it gets us in there. I mean, we're talking minor units at this point.
Well, when you're looking to, if they're telling you no at one, and we're looking to try and get that 20% over, why not take a look at the opportunity? You know, why dismiss it out of hand?
No, that's fine. That's not a problem.
Is it on the list? Can you put the spreadsheet back up, please?
So it will be, I just have it bullet point because it won't be on your list because we won't have the numbers yet, but it'll be beach cities, Marianne, and then ADUs.
But it's on, isn't it tallied on the spreadsheet that we were just looking at? It's got.
That was my, because we didn't have both. Yeah, it was just the things that we were going to evaluate to reduce what the proportional distribution would be.
But
okay, I see. So we're not doing McDonald's, we're not doing City Hall, we're not doing the trailers. So on the bottom, your list should say beach cities, which we have. It should say Marianne, industrial, and it should say ADUs.
Marianne, it's like this. Marianne, how do you spell that?
I just put industrial. We'll know what it is.
Not Meyer Lane.
It's two words. It's Mary, MARYANNE, 2 words.
I mean,
okay. And then access and ADUs.
Next to it too. Same exact designation, just on the other side of the trailer park.
Yes.
I mean, that's the same as my Marianne.
You're not going to look at the trailer park?
We are.
I actually took a visual count of the trailer park. It's very densely developed already.
Yeah.
And so you're going to have to go much higher than 30 units to the acre for you to actually net in anything.
Okay.
Okay.
Is everybody okay with that list of the 3 additional ones?
And then, and then obviously looking at the mixed use and how that's working or not. I thought I saw a hand. Do we have a hand or no? So why don't we, at this point, take a vote that this is how we're going to move forward right now to try to get to our numbers.
Okay.
I believe I made that motion some time back.
Second.
So we have a motion.
We got a motion, we got a second. Anybody opposed? So ordered, we'll do a roll call vote, please.
So I would vote no on it. I voted no for all the changes. I would vote no on this.
But Chair, I'm sorry, did you want to do a roll call vote, you said?
Yes, please, last
Okay.
one.
Yes. Member Bajaj?
Yes.
Okay. Member Curzan? No. Member Eller?
Yes.
Member Funabashi?
Yes.
Member Gaddis?
No.
Member Hannon?
Yes.
Member Kilroy?
I'll be a team player. Am I muted?
No, you're up, Matt.
Oh, sorry. I'll be a team player, yes.
Member Lamb? Sheila? Okay. Member Light?
No.
Member Ludwig? Sue? Okay. Member McKenzie?
Yes.
Member Moses?
Yes.
Member Nafisi?
We lost her, I think.
Member Pinsler? Member Samaras?
Yes.
Member Sanchez?
Yeah.
Member Simpson?
Yes.
Member Solomon?
No.
Member Stoddard?
Yes.
Member Voicy?
Yes.
Member Waller?
Yes.
And Chair Bureau?
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15. So we have 13 yeses. And several that left the meeting at this point. So that's still a majority now.
Yeah. Okay. So
So 13 to what? Just out of curiosity.
So it was 1, 2, 3,
I had 4.
4 no's.
Okay, thank you.
So we have enough to give direction to consultant and staff. Is there anything else before we get any referrals to staff or close out the meeting?
I just wanted to check, remember we had the other ideas, the Wiley sump and, things like that. Are those still, staff also going to look at some of those things that were raised by members here that might be off? Well, no, Matt's still here. I don't know who else came up with some of these wild ideas that we might want to look at, because.
Well, I think they listed them at the bottom of their Excel spreadsheet.
Were they there? I didn't know. Okay.
Yeah, there were some that we ruled out, like the cemetery and such, that would not happen in 8 years.
See, I don't really care whether it happens or not. I only care about that, it's like doing your tax returns. Lie and cheat all you want, as long as you got a story. So, same thing. You throw it on there, you see what sticks. If they don't like it, fine. Fight it or not fight it. But the idea that you're rigorously trying to submit only zoning places that you legitimately think have a potential to be redeveloped, I'm not for. It's like I said, what we did 20 years ago, we knew that mixed use had no chance at the Galleria. We knew it wasn't going to happen. What difference does it make? So long as we could buffalo it through the state or even buy time.
Nice. Thank you for all of your hard work. I know I had this, right? So we got through the conversation, and I appreciate all the efforts that you guys had to just work through this. We put a lot of time in. It's 11 o'clock. So the next step is for us to look at those numbers, see where we're at, and then to update our build out assumptions to show how that reflects in the land use plan for the general plan. And so we'll be working on, and we'll have to send you an email, because now that we'll do a regroup, we're going to have to kind of figure out how we do the outreach for the community workshop and the timing for planning commission, that sort of thing, and the rollout. So I think we'll circle back around with you and have more communications when we have a better sense of what that is. Here, Sean, is there anything you wanted to add to that?
No, that covers it from us.
Fair?
Right. I was going to ask Brandy anything else, but other than that, do we have a quick referrals to staff on anything else? But I mean, from the feedback, I mean, I know this was a year, this was a tough meeting to have. I want everybody to know there was a lot of planning to be able to do this presentation. I know it was a difficult one, but I think, thank you everybody for staying the extra bit and going through this. One of the things that is going to be important as we wrap up, we have 3 meetings of policy that we'll go through. But, at the end of this, we do still need a united front on the fact that we work through this, and it's a general plan advisory committee, and that each one of us in some way will have the ability to include, some comments to planning commission and city council before we sign off on the document that we're going to review at the end. So it's not like we're not going to have a final note to attach to decision makers going forward so they can see what we did. So not everything's deleted. It's all there. It's an entire packet. And I know that council folks or city council are watching this evening as well. We got a planning commissioner here, and I'm sure there's others watching, so they know the effort that we're going through. They're seeing the discussion, so I think none of this is being left aside. So I know we just disagree on some stuff, but I think the whole purpose is to be unified as a general plan advisory committee with some disagreements along the way.
All right, go to bed, you guys. Go to bed.
We need a motion to adjourn, and if we do, I'll make it.
Second.
I have a quick question.
Yes, Leslie.
Remind me, these, your summary is going to be presented next Tuesday at council? Is that what you said at the beginning?
No, our summary is going to be when we wrap up after meeting 27. So we got a year.
No, I mean from tonight.
Oh,
not.
No, this is not going to council for a long time. This comes back to us.
But there was a rush to do this tonight.
It's a rush because we all signed up for 10 meetings and we're on meeting 22. And we have 27 meetings total and we're out of budget and time. So it's not that it was shoehorned in. I mean, I know it seems that way because we haven't met in a year, but there was decisions made along the way to make this the most effective meeting that we could. So it was not without a lot of a lot of discussion and the presentation and discussions with Wendy, with Brandy, with Sean, with Veronica. So.
Thank you.
Chats get recorded as well?
What was that?
Are the chats recorded with the feedback? I'm just wondering how notes are being taken for the minutes. It's the chat and everything?
Well, there's a video. Well, no, there's a video, right?
Okay.
So video, and then the minutes will be done off the video.
But the chats are not part of the part of the minutes. Okay.
No, that's right. That's right. Wendy was reading back the chats and the questions.
I think they have to be part of the public record because they were shared amongst the whole group.
Well, I don't know how the other folks are doing it, but right now we're reading them. They're not part of a separate set of
I
minutes.
think it's possible for the host to.
Whenever this ends,
Yeah,
whenever
we'll make
this
it happen.
ends, the host will get it and it can be attached.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chris.
The bottom, you can save the chat.
Okay. So let's include that with the minutes then.
Thank you.
Well, thank you everyone
we
for
have-
our one meeting for the year. Have a happy holiday.
We have a motion to adjourn. We have a second. Anybody opposed to not adjourning?
Happy holidays.
Happy New